Staff Sergeant Torres, you need to see this. Someone just set your kitchen on fire. My neighbor texted at 300 hours Afghanistan time, along with a video of my cousin Blake laughing while spraying lighter fluid on my stove. 6,000 miles away, I watched my family destroy my home in real time, not knowing I'd already coordinated with local police to infiltrate their next party. But would they arrest them before my cousins discovered the safe containing evidence that could destroy more than just my house? My name is Isabella Torres, and this is how I took down my own blood from a war zone. I'd bought the house in Austin, Texas, 3 years earlier. Nothing fancy, a 2-bedroom ranch with good bones and a VA loan. Every deployment paycheck went toward improvements, new roof, security system, converting the garage into a home gym. It was my sanctuary between deployments, my proof that I was building something beyond the uniform. My family saw it differently. Must be nice having government money, my cousin Blake sneered at the housewarming. Some of us actually work for a living. Blake was 32, unemployed, living in his mother's basement. His work consisted of failed crypto schemes and borrowing money he never repaid. His sister Vanessa wasn't better, 28, 3 kids by 3 fathers, constantly posting about boss babe life while selling pyramid scheme vitamins. She'd walked through my house that day like a realtor, mentally pricing everything. Military pays for all this? She'd asked, eyeing my electronics. Combat pay and not having kids I can't afford, I'd replied. She blocked me on social media for a week. My deployment to Afghanistan came suddenly in March. 12 months, maybe 18. I'd done it before, knew the drill. Secure everything, forward mail, suspend subscriptions. But this time, something felt off. You need someone to check on the house. My Aunt Linda offered. Blake and Vanessa's mother, my father's sister. Sweet woman, but blind to her children's faults. I've got it covered, I said, not mentioning the smart security system with cameras in every room, all accessible from my phone. Family should help family, she insisted. I'll have Blake drive by weekly. I should have said no harder. Should have been ruder. But she'd been kind to me after my parents died, and I felt obligated. Just drive by, I emphasized. I have cameras. I'll know if anyone goes inside. 2 months into deployment, everything seemed fine. Blake would text photos of the exterior, all good, cuz. Collecting the $50, I'd Venmo him for gas money. The cameras showed empty rooms, undisturbed peace. Then month 3, I got an alert at 200. Motion detected, living room. I opened the app to find Blake inside. Vanessa beside him, both laughing. She's in Afghanistan getting shot at, Blake said directly to my hidden camera, not knowing it was there. What's she gonna do, fly back? They were checking things out, they said to each other. Opening drawers, examining electronics. Vanessa taking photos of my grandmother's jewelry box. I screen recorded everything and texted Blake. Get out of my house. Now. His response. Chill. Just making sure everything's good. You're paranoid. They left, but the damage was done. They tested boundaries and found them crossable. Month 4, another alert. This time, 15 people in my living room. Music blasting, alcohol everywhere, strangers sitting on my couch, going through my bedroom. She's overseas, she'll never know. Blake announced to the party, beer in hand, standing on my coffee table. I called the police from Afghanistan. They said without proof of forced entry or immediate danger, it was a civil matter. Blake had a key, the one he'd copied from the spare I'd stupidly let him use once. The parties became weekly. Every Friday, my phone would explode with alerts. I'd watch, helpless, as strangers invaded my space. They went through my closets, tried on my clothes, used my bed for activities I don't want to describe. Vanessa started charging admission. $20 a head to party at the abandoned soldier house. She advertised on social media, careful to block me and anyone who might tell me. I screen recorded everything. Every broken glass, every stolen item, every moment of violation. The rage built with each video, but rage was useless from Kandahar. So I got strategic. First, I contacted my insurance company, filing claims for everything damaged, providing video evidence. They started their own investigation. Second, I reached out to Army legal assistance. They connected me with a stateside lawyer who specialized in military protection cases. Third, and most importantly, I called Detective Maria Santos at Austin PD. She'd arrested Blake 2 years prior for theft. Charges dropped when the victim mysteriously recanted. He's escalating, she told me after reviewing my footage. But without being caught in the act with something serious, it's still misdemeanor territory. What would be serious enough? Drugs, assault, major theft. The kind of stuff that happens at parties that get out of control. That's when the plan formed. Week 6 of parties. Blake had started advertising them wider. Soldier girls partui haus. $30 in Tari. Anything goes. I watched him count money at my kitchen table. $300 minimum per night, tax-free, straight to his pocket. Vanessa had started selling drugs from my bathroom. I had footage of transactions, packages exchanged for cash. They'd caused approximately $30,000 in damages so far. Broken windows, destroyed furniture, stolen electronics. But the worst part came during week 7. Blake found my military shadow box, the one with my medals, patches, unit coins, gifts from battles, from fallen friends, irreplaceable memories. Check this out, he laughed, putting on my purple heart. I'm a war hero. He threw my bronze star across the room. Vanessa used my combat patches as coasters. Someone stole my unit coins, 57 of them, each representing a moment, a person, a memory. I sobbed in my bunk in Kandahar, my squad leader finding me at 400, shaking with rage. Torres, what's wrong? I showed her the footage. She watched in silent fury. You need to end this, she said. I don't care how. That's when Detective Santos and I developed the real plan. The next party was advertised bigger than ever. Blake promised special entertainment and party favors courtesy of Vanessa's connections. They expected 100 people. What they didn't know was that Detective Santos had shared the social media posts with Narcotics Division, or that 15 undercover officers had RSVP'd, or that marked bills would be used for entry fees and drug purchases, or that the moment Vanessa sold to an undercover, the whole house would be raided. Friday night, 2100 Austin time, 7:30 Saturday morning Afghanistan time. I'd specifically requested a mission light day, telling my CO I needed to handle a family emergency via video call. I watched on my phone as people arrived. Blake at the door, collecting money, counting bills. Vanessa in the bathroom with her scale and bags. The undercovers mixed perfectly with the crowd, young officers who looked like college kids, older ones who looked like Blake's sketchy friends. At 21:47, Vanessa sold 3 grams of cocaine to Officer Mitchell, age 23, looking like every other party kid there. At 21:48, Detective Santos gave the signal. At 21:49, my front door exploded inward. I was 10 police. Everyone on the ground. The cameras caught everything in beautiful HE clarity. Blake trying to run, tackled in my hallway. Vanessa attempting to flush drugs, caught red-handed. Party-goers screaming, crying, some trying to escape through windows. And then, the best part. Blake's phone call to his mother, on speaker in the patrol car, picked up by my doorbell camera. Mom, I'm being arrested. At Isabella's house. It wasn't my fault. What were you doing there? Aunt Linda's voice, confused. Just checking on it like she asked it. With 100 people and drugs. Detective Santos interrupted. Ma'am, your son's being charged with breaking and entering, destruction of property, theft, operating an illegal venue, and conspiracy to distribute narcotics. The silence from Aunt Linda was deafening. Vanessa's charges were worse. Possession with intent to distribute, occurring in a residence she didn't own. Around minors, several partygoers were 17. But the investigation didn't stop there. The forensic accountant my insurance company hired traced the money. Blake had made over $12,000 from the parties. Vanessa had made $8,000 from drug sales. All documented on their phones, which were seized as evidence. Then came the federal charges. Stealing military decorations, it turns out, is a federal crime. Destroying them is worse. The FBI got involved, and suddenly Blake wasn't looking at county jail. He was looking at federal prison. I testified via video link from Afghanistan at their preliminary hearing. The judge, a veteran himself, watched the footage of Blake wearing my Purple Heart as a joke. "Staff Sergeant Torres," he said, "what does that medal represent to you?" "I got it when an IED hit our convoy, Your Honor. I pulled 2 soldiers from a burning vehicle while injured. One of them died in my arms. That medal has his blood on the back of it." Blake started crying. Not from remorse, from fear. And the Bronze Star. Awarded for actions during a 72-hour firefight. We lost 3 good people. That star represents them. The judge's face was stone. Blake got 5 years federal, 3 years state, to run concurrently. Vanessa got 7 years state. They were both ordered to pay full restitution, $43,000, plus my legal fees. But the story doesn't end with their arrest. During the investigation, police found something else in my house. My safe had been tampered with. Blake had been trying to break in for weeks. Inside that safe were my parents' death certificates, their military records, both were veterans, and something Blake didn't know about, documentation of the trust fund they'd left me, worth $200,000, designated for a house purchase. Blake had been searching for it. Aunt Linda admitted, after everything came out, that she'd told Blake about the money years ago, thinking I'd wastefully spent it all on the house. She didn't know I'd only used $60,000 for the down payment, investing the rest. If Blake had gotten into that safe, he would have found the investment accounts, the routing numbers, everything he needed to steal my entire inheritance. That's what he'd really been after. The parties were just opportunity crimes. His real goal was the big score. From my bunk in Afghanistan, I watched the final party through my cameras. Not Blake's party, but mine. Detective Santos and 5 officers who'd worked the case came to fix what they could. They'd raised money among themselves, matched by the department's victim fund. They repaired the walls, replaced broken items, restored my home. Detective Santos placed new medals in my shadow box, not the originals, those were gone forever, but ones donated by veteran officers who wanted to help. She placed them carefully, respectfully, understanding their weight. "Your home is secure, Sergeant," she said to my camera, knowing I was watching. "We fought your 6." I cried harder than I had during any firefight. When I returned from deployment 8 months later, my house was different but whole. The neighbors had maintained my yard. A veterans group had installed new security systems. Military grade, they joked. My unit had pooled money to replace what couldn't be recovered. Blake wrote me a letter from federal prison. 4 pages of excuses, manipulation, fake apologies, ending with a request for me to forgive and forget, and maybe put money in his commissary account. I sent it back with 2 words written across it: never again. Vanessa tried to contact me through her mother when she got out on parole after 3 years. She needed a place to stay, just temporarily, while she got back on her feet. I didn't respond. Aunt Linda still sends Christmas cards, acting like nothing happened. "Family is family," she writes each year. Family doesn't destroy your home while you're fighting for your country. Family doesn't steal medals earned in blood. Family doesn't violate your sanctuary for profit. My real family? The soldiers who held me while I cried in Kandahar. The detective who fought for justice from Austin. The neighbors who testified at trial. The veterans who replaced what was stolen. That's family. Everything else is just DNA and disappointment. The house stands strong now, reinforced with more than security systems. It's protected by a community that understands service, sacrifice, and respect. And Blake. Last I heard, he's learning what it's like to live in a space you can't leave, surrounded by people you didn't choose, following rules you can't break. He's got 3 more years to think about the parties he threw in my home while I was overseas. I hope every day feels like a deployment he can't come home from.
The sold sign stabbed into the front yard like a victory flag, red letters screaming against the white placard. I sat in my rental car, staring at the modest 2-bedroom house on Maple Street, my phone buzzing with missed calls from my mother. My name is Olivia, and I'd just returned from a 3-week work trip to find my entire world flipped upside down. "There you are!" Teresa's voice carried across the driveway as she practically skipped toward my car. At 63, my mother moved with the energy of someone who'd just won the lottery. "I've been calling you for hours." I stepped out slowly, my eyes fixed on that damn sign. "Mom, whose house is this?" "Your sister's." She clapped her hands together like she was announcing a surprise party. "Isn't it wonderful? Mackenzie finally has her own place." The words hit me like ice water. "Mackenzie's house?" "Yes, we closed yesterday. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and look at that gorgeous front porch." Teresa gestured wildly at the house. "She's going to be so happy here." I felt my chest tighten. "How did she afford this?" Teresa's smile flickered for just a second. "Well, you know how it is. Family helps family. I used some of my retirement money to help with the down payment." My retirement money. The money I'd been sending her every month for 2 years. 24 payments of $2,000 each, plus the occasional extra $1,000 for emergencies. All carefully transferred from my account to hers with notes like, "For Mom's future," and "retirement fund." "How much retirement money?" I asked. "Oh, just enough to help her get started. 48,000 or so." The number hung in the air between us like a slap. 48,000. The exact amount I'd sent her over the past 2 years. "Olivia!" Mackenzie's voice rang out from the front door. My 32-year-old sister bounded down the porch steps, keys jingling in her hand. "Surprise! I'm a homeowner." She looked exactly the same as always. Designer jeans I knew she couldn't afford, perfectly styled hair, manicured nails. The same sister who'd been unemployed for the better part of 3 years, living rent-free in Teresa's basement. "Congratulations," I managed. "Thanks. Mom was so generous." "I mean, I know she's been saving up all that retirement money, and when this place came on the market, she just insisted on helping me out." Mackenzie twirled around like she was showing off a new dress. "She said family should invest in each other." I looked between them. Teresa nodded enthusiastically. "That's right. And honey, you're doing so well with your tech job and everything. You're single. You don't need it like Mackenzie does." "She needs stability." "I need stability?" "Well, yes. You have your career, your apartment, your independence. Mackenzie needs a foundation to build from. This house is going to change everything for her." Mackenzie laughed. "Plus, let's be honest, Liv. You make good money. You'll be fine." The casual dismissal in her voice made something cold settle in my stomach. "Right. I'll be fine." "Come on, let me show you around." Mackenzie grabbed my arm. "The kitchen has granite countertops, and there's this amazing master suite upstairs." I let her drag me through the house, nodding at appropriate moments as she pointed out crown molding and hardwood floors. Teresa followed behind us, chattering about property values and how smart this investment was. The best part, Mackenzie said as we stood in the living room, is that I got such a good deal on the mortgage. Mom helped me with all the paperwork. She's so good with financial stuff. Mom handled your mortgage paperwork? Yeah, she has all my information anyway from when she helped me with my taxes last year. Made the whole process super smooth. Teresa beamed. I just want what's best for my girls. We ended up at dinner at Teresa's house, the same dining room where I'd eaten countless meals growing up, always sitting in the same chair, always listening to them talk about Mackenzie's latest drama or adventure while I quietly ate my food. So, Liv, Mackenzie said, cutting into her chicken, when are you going to settle down? Buy a house? Maybe find a nice guy? I'm focused on my career right now. That's what you always say. You're 29. Don't you want a family? Mackenzie has her priorities straight, Teresa added. This house is going to help her attract the right kind of man. Stability is attractive. I set down my fork. And what about the money you used for the down payment? That was supposed to be for your retirement. Teresa waved her hand dismissively. Oh, honey, I'll be fine. I've got Social Security, and you've always been so generous. I know you'll make sure I'm taken care of. You'll make sure she's taken care of? Mackenzie echoed with a smirk. You're the responsible one, remember? I smiled and nodded, swallowing the words that wanted to pour out of me. Of course. That night, alone in my childhood bedroom, I opened my banking app and scrolled through 2 years of transfers. Every single payment clearly labelled, loan for retirement fund, loan for mom's future, personal loan to Teresa. I'd been meticulous about those labels, always. I smiled in the darkness and started making a list. I called Carter at 7 a.m. sharp. My ex-boyfriend turned successful lawyer had always been an early riser, and I needed someone who understood both me and the law. Olivia? His voice carried that familiar warmth mixed with surprise. It's been what? 8 months. I need a lawyer, Carter. Are you available for a consultation today? A pause. What kind of trouble are you in? The kind where my family decided to steal $48,000 from me. Jesus! Yeah, I can clear my morning. My office at 9? Carter's law firm occupied the top 3 floors of a downtown high-rise. I'd been here once before, back when we were dating for some company party. Now I sat across from his mahogany desk, watching him flip through printed copies of my bank statements. These are all marked as loans, he said, running his finger down the transaction list. Every single one. I'm obsessive about labeling my transfers. And your mother used this money to buy your sister a house? $48,000 for the down payment. They admitted it yesterday, acted like it was completely normal. Carter leaned back in his chair. Olivia, this is pretty straightforward. If these are documented as loans, you have legal grounds to demand repayment. I want more than repayment. He raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean, they looked me in the eye and told me I don't need financial security because I'm single. They treated me like a walking ATM and then mocked me for it. I want them to understand what that feels like. Carter studied my face. You want revenge. I want justice. There's a difference. He pulled out a legal pad. Okay, let's start with freezing your mother's account. If we can prove she used loan money for purposes other than agreed upon, we can get a court order to freeze her assets pending repayment. How fast can we do that? Emergency motion? Tomorrow morning if we file today. I smiled. Do it. Carter spent the next hour walking me through the process. Breach of oral contract, misappropriation of funds, potential fraud if they'd falsified any documents. He made calls to his paralegal, scheduled court filings, and by noon we had a game plan. There's one more thing, I said as we wrapped up. I want you to run a credit check on me. Full report. Why? Just a feeling. While Carter ordered the credit report, I called my financial advisor, Louis. I'd been working with him for 3 years, building my investment portfolio and planning for early retirement. Olivia, good to hear from you. How was the work trip? Educational. Louis, I need you to do something for me. I want a complete audit of all my accounts, credit cards, anything with my name on it. Is there a problem? Potentially a big one. Can you have that ready by tomorrow? Of course. I'll email you a preliminary report by end of day. Louis' email arrived at 4 p.m. I opened it in Carter's office, both of us leaning over his laptop screen. There. I pointed at line item number 7. What's that account? Carter squinted at the screen. First National Bank. Checking account opened 18 months ago. Balance of $1,200. I don't have an account at First National. We stared at each other. Someone opened a bank account in your name, Carter said slowly. My mother handles Mackenzie's finances. She has all her information, social security number, everything. Olivia, if your mother opened an account in your name without permission, that's identity theft. That's a federal crime. My phone buzzed. Teresa's name flashed on the screen. Answer it, Carter said. Put it on speaker. Hi, Mom. Olivia, honey, I need to talk to you about yesterday. Teresa's voice sounded strained. I think there might have been some confusion about the money situation. What kind of confusion? Well, I may have given you the wrong impression about where the down payment money came from. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Carter grabbed a pen and started writing notes. What page is that, Mom? The page where we're family and we work things out together, without involving outsiders or making things complicated. Complicated how? A long pause. Mackenzie mentioned you seemed upset yesterday. I just want you to know that everything I did was with the best intentions, for the family. Which family? Because it seems like some family members matter more than others. That's not fair, Olivia. You know I love both my daughters equally. Do I? Of course you do. Look, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? We can talk this through like adults. Carter was writing furiously now, making hand gestures for me to keep her talking. I don't think dinner is going to fix this, Mom. Fix what? There's nothing to fix. We're family. Family doesn't steal from each other. Steal? Teresa's voice pitched higher. Olivia, that's a terrible thing to say. I would never steal from you. Then what would you call using my loan money to buy Mackenzie a house? I call it helping my daughter when she needed it most. And frankly, I'm disappointed in your attitude about this whole thing. Carter held up his legal pad. On it, he'd written, She's panicking. Keep pushing. My attitude? Yes, you're being selfish. Mackenzie needed that house and you have plenty of money. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices for family. I see. So my money is everyone's money, but everyone else's problems are just mine to solve. That's not what I said. It's exactly what you said. The line went quiet for a long moment. Olivia, I think you need to take some time to cool down and think about what family really means. She hung up. Carter looked at me. Well, that was illuminating. She's scared. She should be. Tomorrow morning we file for the account freeze and start the fraud investigation. I stood up and grabbed my purse. If they wanted to treat me like a disposable ATM, then I hope they're ready to run on empty. The judge granted our emergency motion at 10 a.m. sharp. Teresa's bank account was frozen pending investigation, and Carter filed a formal complaint for breach of contract and potential fraud. By noon, my phone was buzzing non-stop. Olivia, what did you do? Mackenzie's voice was shrill through the speaker. Mom can't access her account. The bank says it's frozen. I filed a legal complaint. You what? Are you insane? I'm protecting my interests. $48,000 doesn't just disappear because you want a house. This is ridiculous. Mom borrowed that money from you. Families borrow from each other all the time. Borrowed implies an intention to pay back. When did she plan to do that? Silence. That's what I thought. See you in court, Mackenzie. I hung up and immediately called Lua. The credit report came back, he said, without preamble. You're not going to like this. Tell me. 3 accounts opened in your name over the past 2 years. First national checking account, a credit card through Metro Bank, and a savings account at Community Trust. Total unauthorized activity of about $15,000. My hands tightened on the phone. 15,000? The credit card has been used regularly. Small purchases, nothing that would trigger fraud alerts. Grocery stores, gas stations, retail shops. Very clever, actually. Send me everything. I'm forwarding it to my attorney. Carter's office felt different this time, more serious. He had 3 paralegals working on my case now, and the conference table was covered with documents. This is bigger than we thought, Carter said, sliding a folder across the table. The house purchase triggered an automatic audit because of the loan amount. The mortgage company is now questioning several documents. What kind of documents? Income verification, employment history, credit references. It looks like your mother provided false information about Mackenzie's financial status. How false? She claimed Mackenzie has been employed as a marketing consultant for the past 2 years, earning $60,000 annually. She provided fake pay stubs and a fraudulent employment letter. I opened the folder. Inside were copies of documents with Mackenzie's name, but the employment information was completely fabricated. The letterhead belonged to a company that didn't exist. There's more, Carter continued. The down payment check was written from the First National account, the one opened in your name without permission. Your mother has been funneling money through that account to make it look like Mackenzie had savings. So, she committed identity theft and mortgage fraud. Multiple accounts of each. And Olivia, there's something else. The real estate agent, Ryan, he's been subpoenaed. Apparently, your mother signed several disclosure forms using your name and social security number. My phone rang. Teresa's name flashed on the screen. Answer it, Carter said, hitting record on his phone. We need this on tape. Hi, Mom. Olivia, please, you have to stop this madness. Do you have any idea what you're doing to this family? I'm recovering stolen money. Stolen? How can you say that? I'm your mother. Being my mother doesn't give you the right to commit fraud. Fraud? Teresa's voice cracked. I was helping my daughter. I was helping both my daughters. By opening bank accounts in my name. By forging my signature on mortgage documents. A long pause. I don't know what you're talking about. Carter slid a document across the table. It was a copy of a mortgage disclosure form with my forged signature at the bottom. First National Bank, Mom. Account number ending in 4782. Ring any bells? I can explain that. I'm listening. I needed to help Mackenzie qualify for the loan. She's been through so much, and she deserves a chance at stability. I thought you'd understand if you knew how much it meant to her. So you committed identity theft. I borrowed your information temporarily. I was going to tell you. When? After you'd stolen more money? I wasn't stealing. Everything I did was for family. Carter was taking notes furiously, circling key phrases. Mom, you used my name, my credit, my money, and my signature without permission. That's not family. That's fraud. Please, Olivia, can't we work this out? Mackenzie could lose the house. Good. How can you be so cold? She's your sister. She's a 32-year-old woman who's never held a job for more than 6 months. Maybe losing the house will teach her some responsibility. You're destroying this family. No, Mom. You did that when you decided I was worth less than Mackenzie. I hung up and looked at Carter. How bad is this for them? Federal charges for identity theft, state charges for mortgage fraud, civil liability for the money they took. Mackenzie's house will definitely be seized. Your mother could face prison time. Louis called while we were reviewing the criminal complaint. Olivia, the bank audit turned up something interesting. The community trust savings account in your name? It's been used as collateral for a personal loan. What kind of loan? $15,000, taken out 6 months ago. Guess who the borrower is? Mackenzie. Bingo. She used your credit and the fraudulent savings account to get cash. The loan payments are 3 months behind. Carter looked up from his notes. That's another felony, using false identification to secure a loan. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is insane. You're going to destroy Mom over money? What kind of daughter are you? M. I showed the text to Carter. She's using a burner phone now, he said. They're getting desperate. Good. Desperate people make mistakes. Olivia, I have to ask, are you prepared for this to get ugly? Really ugly. Because once we file federal charges, there's no going back. I looked at the stack of forged documents, the fraudulent bank statements, the fake employment records. 2 years of systematic theft and lies. They made their choice when they decided to steal from me. Now they get to live with the consequences. Carter nodded and picked up his phone. I'll call the federal prosecutor's office. As he dialed, I stared out the window at the city below. Somewhere out there, Teresa and Mackenzie were probably panicking, trying to figure out how to fix this mess. They should have thought of that before they decided I didn't matter. Regina picked up on the first ring. My distant cousin worked in HR for a tech company 3 states away, and we'd stayed in touch through social media over the years. Olivia, what's up, cuz? I need a favor, a big one. Are you guys hiring senior developers? Always. Why? You looking to relocate? Immediately. Like, I need to disappear from my current life completely. Regina's voice shifted to concern. What's going on? Family drama that's about to become very public. I need a fresh start somewhere they can't find me. How fresh are we talking? New city, new phone number, new everything. Can you help? Send me your resume. I'll have something by tomorrow. I spent the next day systematically erasing myself. Deleted Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, changed my phone number and forwarded the old one to voicemail. Put in my 2 weeks' notice at work, citing a family emergency that required immediate relocation. My boss, Jennifer, called me into her office. Olivia, this is very sudden. Is everything okay? I'm dealing with some legal issues involving my family. It's going to get messy, and I don't want it affecting the company. Legal issues? Identity theft and fraud. I'm the victim, but there's going to be media attention once the charges are filed. I think it's best if I remove myself from the situation. Jennifer nodded slowly. I understand. We'll process your resignation immediately and provide excellent references. Regina called that evening. Good news. My company wants to interview you tomorrow via video call. The position is Senior Software Architect, fully remote with optional office visits. Salary is 15% higher than what you're making now. Regina, you're a lifesaver. There's one condition. They want you to start Monday. Can you relocate that fast? I can be packed by Sunday. The video interview went perfectly. By Friday, I had a job offer, a new apartment lease in Portland, and a moving truck scheduled for the weekend. I also had a new therapist lined up, Dr. Sarah Martinez, who specialized in family trauma. Saturday morning, I was loading boxes when my old phone rang. The caller ID showed Mackenzie's original number. Olivia, thank God. I've been trying to reach you for days. I changed my number. Why would you do that? We need to talk about this situation. There's nothing to talk about. My lawyers are handling everything. Lawyers? Plural. Olivia, this is getting out of hand. The whole neighborhood knows about the house investigation now. People are talking. Good. Maybe they'll think twice before trusting you with their money. That's not fair. You're ruining our reputation over a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Mackenzie, you and Mom committed multiple felonies. That's not a misunderstanding. We were trying to help me get stable. You have plenty of money, and we thought... You thought I was stupid enough not to notice. You were wrong. Please, can we just meet somewhere and talk this through? Mom is a mess. She's barely eating, barely sleeping. She should have thought about that before she forged my signature. Where are you? I drove by your apartment, but the building manager said you moved out. That's none of your business. Olivia, you're my sister. We can fix this. No, we can't. And I'm not your sister anymore. Sisters don't steal from each other. I hung up and immediately blocked her number. Sunday evening, I was in my new Portland apartment, unpacking boxes and setting up my home office. The space was smaller than my old place, but it felt clean, fresh, like a new beginning. My new phone buzzed with a text from Carter. Federal charges filed today. Arrest warrants issued for Teresa and Mackenzie. Local news picked up the story. You made the right call disappearing. I Googled my hometown's news website. There it was, front page of the local section. Mother and daughter charged in identity theft scheme. The article was brutal. It detailed the fraudulent bank accounts, the fake mortgage documents, the stolen money. It mentioned that the victim was a family member who had been financially supporting the defendants. The comments section was even worse. I always knew something was off about that family. The younger daughter always seemed entitled. Never worked a day in her life. I feel sorry for whoever they stole from. Family stealing from family is the worst. My phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Is this Olivia? The voice was unfamiliar. Who's asking? This is Ryan, the real estate agent who sold your sister the house. I got your number from the court documents. I wanted to apologize. For what? For not questioning the paperwork more carefully. Your mother was very convincing, and all the documents looked legitimate. I should have been more thorough. It's not your fault, Ryan. They're professional liars. The house is going into foreclosure. The bank wants it back immediately since the mortgage was obtained fraudulently. I have to list it for auction. How much will they lose? Everything. The down payment, the mortgage payments they've made, plus legal fees and penalties. They'll probably owe money even after the house sells. Good. Ryan was quiet for a moment. I have to ask, are you okay with how this is playing out? I mean, they're your family. They stopped being my family when they decided to steal from me. I understand. Well, I wanted you to know that I'm cooperating fully with the investigation. If there's anything else I can do to help your case, please let me know. After I hung up, I opened Instagram on my laptop and searched for Mackenzie's account. She'd posted a story 3 hours ago. The video showed her sitting in what looked like Teresa's living room, tears streaming down her face. Some people are so bitter and jealous that they'll destroy their own family, she said to the camera. My sister is trying to take my house away because she can't stand to see me happy. She's always been jealous of me, and now she's using her money to hurt me through the legal system. Sad single sisters never win in the end. I watched it twice, then smiled and closed the laptop. They still didn't get it. They still thought this was about jealousy or competition. It wasn't. It was about consequences, and theirs were just getting started. Carter called me Tuesday morning while I was setting up my new home office in Portland. The IRS audit started yesterday. They're going through 3 years of Teresa and Mackenzie's tax returns with a microscope. What did they find? Unreported income from the fraudulent accounts, false deductions, and get this, Mackenzie claimed you as a dependent on her taxes last year. I nearly dropped my coffee mug. She what? Filed you as a dependent she was financially supporting, used your social security number and everything. The IRS is not happy. How much trouble are they in? Federal tax evasion on top of the identity theft and fraud charges. We're looking at serious prison time now. My new phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is getting ridiculous. Call me. We need to fix this before it gets worse. A.T. I showed Carter the message over video call. They're panicking, he said. Don't respond. Let them sweat. What about the house? Lien was placed yesterday pending the fraud review. Mackenzie can't sell, refinance, or do anything with the property. She's stuck with mortgage payments on a house she's going to lose anyway. Dr. Martinez's office was in a converted Victorian house downtown. I'd been seeing her for 2 weeks now, and each session felt like peeling back layers of scar tissue. Tell me about growing up with Mackenzie, she said during our Thursday session. She was the golden child. Everything she did was celebrated. Everything I did was expected. Can you give me an example? When I graduated valedictorian, my mother said, "That's nice, dear," and went back to planning Mackenzie's birthday party. When Mackenzie got a C+ in remedial math, we went out to dinner to celebrate. How did that make you feel? Like I didn't matter. Like my only value was what I could provide for them. Dr. Martinez nodded. And now? Now I'm proving that I matter. That there are consequences for treating people like they're disposable. Friday afternoon, Carter called with an update. The bank auditors found something interesting. Remember that Metro Bank credit card opened in your name? The one they used for groceries and gas. It was also used to pay for Mackenzie's wedding dress, catering deposits, and a honeymoon package to Hawaii. Wedding? Mackenzie's not engaged. She was, last year. The engagement fell through, but she kept all the deposits, used your credit to pay for a wedding that never happened. How much? $12,000, all charged to the card in your name, all unpaid. The debt went to collections 6 months ago. I felt something cold settle in my chest. They destroyed my credit for a fake wedding? It gets worse. The collections agency has been garnishing wages from an employer listed on the credit application. Guess whose job information they used? Mine. Your old company has been deducting money from your paychecks for months. They thought you had authorized it. Can we get that money back? Every penny, plus damages. I'm adding it to the civil suit. That evening, I was cooking dinner when my doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw a woman in her 50s holding an envelope. Olivia, I'm Detective Patricia Hayes, Portland PD. I have some documents for you. I opened the door. Is everything okay? More than okay. The federal prosecutor's office asked me to deliver these personally. She handed me the envelope. Your mother and sister were arrested this morning. Inside were copies of the arrest warrants and booking photos. Teresa looked haggard and confused. Mackenzie looked furious. What are the charges? Identity theft, wire fraud, tax evasion, and conspiracy. Your sister also picked up an additional charge for making false statements to federal agents. What did she say? Detective Hayes smiled. She told the FBI that you gave her permission to use your identity and that this was all a family misunderstanding. Then she claimed you were mentally unstable and making everything up. That's not going to help her case. Not at all, especially since we have recorded phone calls of her admitting to the fraud. Your lawyer did excellent work documenting everything. After Detective Hayes left, I called Carter. Did you hear about the arrests? Just got off the phone with the prosecutor. They're being held without bail because they're considered flight risks. Flight risks? Teresa tried to withdraw the remaining money from her savings account yesterday. When the bank told her it was frozen, she asked about opening new accounts under different names. She was going to run. Looks like it. The prosecutor thinks they were planning to disappear before the trial. My old phone, which I kept for legal purposes, buzzed with a voicemail. The caller ID showed the county jail. Olivia, it's me. Teresa's voice was shaky and small. Please, honey, you have to help us. This is all a terrible mistake. I'm your mother. I love you. Please don't let them destroy our family over money. Call the lawyer and tell them you want to drop the charges. Please. The message cut off. 5 minutes later, another voicemail. Olivia, this is insane! Mackenzie's voice was sharp with panic. You're going to let your own mother go to prison. Over what? $40,000? You make that in 2 months. This is crazy. You're crazy. Call Carter and fix this right now. I deleted both messages and blocked the jail's number. Saturday morning brought a surprise. Ryan, the real estate agent, called. Olivia, I wanted to give you a heads up. The house auction is scheduled for next week, but something weird happened. What kind of weird? I got a call from someone claiming to be you, asking about stopping the foreclosure, said you wanted to pay off the mortgage and keep the house in the family. That wasn't me. I figured. The voice was wrong, and when I asked for verification, they hung up. I think someone's trying to impersonate you again. Probably Mackenzie calling from jail. Can she do that? She can try. But she's about to learn that some bridges, once burned, can never be rebuilt. Carter texted me that evening. Preliminary hearing Monday. They're going to try to plea bargain. You ready for this? I looked around my new apartment, at my fresh start, at the life I was building without them. I've been ready for this my whole life. The federal courthouse was an imposing granite building that made everyone look small. I flew back for the hearing, meeting Carter in the lobby at 8 a.m. sharp. They're going to offer a plea deal, he said as we walked through security. Reduced charges in exchange for full restitution and guilty pleas. What's the prosecutor recommending? Depends on how cooperative they are, but, Olivia, there's something you need to know. They hired a lawyer. Good for them. A expensive lawyer, Marcus Webb. He specializes in white-collar defense. How are they paying for an expensive lawyer when all their accounts are frozen? Carter's expression darkened. That's what we're trying to figure out. The courtroom was smaller than I expected. Teresa and Mackenzie sat at the defendant's table in orange jumpsuits, flanked by their attorney. Teresa looked like she'd aged 10 years in a week. Mackenzie kept turning around, scanning the gallery. When she saw me, her face twisted with rage. Your Honor? Marcus Webb stood up. I'd like to request a brief recess to speak with my clients about a potential resolution. Judge Harrison nodded. 15 minutes. In the hallway, Webb approached Carter and me. Ms. Olivia, my clients would like to speak with you directly. Absolutely not, Carter said immediately. Their family, Webb pressed. Surely we can work something out without destroying these women's lives. They destroyed their own lives when they committed multiple felonies. Webb's smile was practiced and cold. My clients maintain this was a family financial arrangement that got misunderstood. They're willing to make full restitution plus interest. With what money? Their accounts are frozen. They have resources. Carter and I exchanged glances. What resources? That's confidential. But they can have your money back within 30 days. No deal, I said. See you in court. Back in the courtroom, the prosecutor, Assistant DA Jennifer Morrison, called her first witness. The state calls Ryan Santiago. Ryan looked nervous as he took the stand, but his testimony was devastating. He walked through the mortgage application process, identifying forged documents and falsified information. Did Teresa Wolfe ever claim to be acting on behalf of her daughter, Olivia? Morrison asked. Multiple times. She said Olivia was too busy with work to handle the paperwork herself, but that she had full authorization to sign documents. Did you ever speak directly to Olivia to confirm this authorization? No. Teresa said Olivia was traveling for work and couldn't be reached. Webb cross-examined aggressively. Mr. Santiago, isn't it true that family members often help each other with financial paperwork? Yes, but typically we require written authorization or the person to be present. But you didn't require that in this case. Teresa was very convincing. She had all the necessary information and documentation. So you didn't follow proper procedures. Ryan's face reddened. I followed the procedures as they were presented to me. The documents appeared legitimate. After Ryan stepped down, Morrison called Louis, my financial advisor. Mr. Allen, can you describe the unauthorized accounts opened in Ms. Olivia's name? Louis pulled out a thick folder. 3 accounts totaling approximately $15,000 in unauthorized activity. The most concerning was the Community Trust Savings account, which was used as collateral for a personal loan. Who took out that loan? Mackenzie Wolfe. She used her sister's credit and the fraudulent savings account to secure $15,000. Has that loan been repaid? No. It's currently 4 months in default. Webb stood up. Objection, Your Honor. This testimony is prejudicial. Overruled. Continue, Mr. Allen. Louis opened another file. There's also the matter of the Metro Bank credit card. $12,000 in charges for wedding-related expenses, all unpaid. Wedding expenses for whom? Mackenzie Wolfe. The charges include a wedding dress, catering deposits, and travel reservations. Morrison turned to the jury. Did Ms. Olivia authorize any of these purchases? Absolutely not. She wasn't even aware of the account's existence until we ran a credit check. During the lunch recess, Carter pulled me aside. We found out how they're paying for Webb. How? Teresa took out a reverse mortgage on her house 3 months ago. $60,000. She mortgaged her house to pay for a lawyer? Gets better. She listed you as a co-signer on the application. I stared at him. She forged my signature on a reverse mortgage? We're adding it to the charges. That's another federal crime. The afternoon session brought the most damaging testimony. Morrison called Detective Patricia Hayes to the stand. Detective Hayes, did you interview the defendants after their arrest? I did. Both Teresa and Mackenzie Wolfe made statements. What did Teresa Wolfe tell you? She admitted to opening accounts in her daughter's name without permission. She said she thought Olivia wouldn't mind because family helps family. And Mackenzie Wolfe? She was more combative. She claimed her sister owed her money for years of emotional support and that taking the money was justified. Did she admit to using the fraudulent accounts? Yes. She said her sister was being dramatic and that she'd pay her back eventually. Webb objected repeatedly, but the damage was done. During his cross-examination, Webb tried a different approach. Detective Hayes, isn't it true that family financial disputes are usually handled in civil court, not criminal court? When they involve identity theft and fraud, they become criminal matters. But these women are mother and daughter. Surely there's room for understanding. Detective Hayes looked directly at the jury. Identity theft is identity theft, regardless of family relationships. In fact, family members often have easier access to personal information, making these crimes more serious, not less. As court adjourned for the day, I watched Teresa and Mackenzie being led away in handcuffs. Teresa was crying. Mackenzie was staring at me with pure hatred. Outside the courthouse, a reporter approached us. But, Olivia, how does it feel to press charges against your own family? Carter stepped in front of me. No comment. But as we walked away, I heard the reporter talking to her cameraman. Family financial fraud case. Mother and daughter accused of stealing $50,000 from sister. Trial continues tomorrow. That evening, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This isn't over. You think you're so smart, but you don't know everything. We have insurance you don't know about. M. I showed the text to Carter. She's texting from jail. Probably using someone else's phone, but what does she mean by insurance? Carter frowned. I don't know, but with these two, it's probably not good. The courtroom was packed for the final day of testimony. I spotted several neighbors from my old street, local reporters, and what looked like courthouse regulars who came to watch dramatic trials. Morrison called me to the stand first. Ms. Olivia, can you describe your relationship with the defendants prior to discovering the fraud? I thought we were a normal family. I sent my mother money regularly to help with her retirement, and I maintained a relationship with my sister despite her financial irresponsibility. How much money did you send your mother over 2 years? $48,000, all clearly labelled as loans for her retirement fund. Did you ever give permission for this money to be used for other purposes? Never. Every transfer was specifically designated for her future security. Webb stood for cross-examination. Ms. Olivia, isn't it true that you make a substantial salary in the tech industry? I do well, yes. And isn't it true that $48,000 represents less than 1 year's salary for you? Carter objected. Relevance, Your Honor? I'll allow it. Answer the question. The amount doesn't matter. Theft is theft. Webb smiled condescendingly. But surely you can afford to help your struggling family members? I was helping, with loans. Not gifts. Loans that you never expected to be repaid? I expected them to be repaid when my mother retired and needed the money back. But you're successful, single, no children. Don't you think family should come first? I looked directly at the jury. Family should be based on love and respect, not theft and lies. Webb's expression hardened. Isn't it true that you've always resented your sister's happiness? Objection. Carter stood up. Sustained. Move on, Counselor. No further questions. Morrison called her final witness, a forensic accountant who had traced every fraudulent transaction. The numbers were devastating. 15 accounts opened without authorization, over $70,000 in total theft when including the reverse mortgage fraud, and a pattern of deception spanning 3 years. Then Webb called his first defense witness, Mackenzie. She took the stand wearing a conservative dress instead of the orange jumpsuit, clearly trying to look sympathetic. Mackenzie, can you describe your relationship with your sister? Olivia has always been jealous of me. She's bitter about being single and unsuccessful in relationships, so she takes it out on family. Did you believe you had permission to use her financial information? Of course. Mom handled all our family finances. She said Olivia wanted to help me get stable. Did you intend to pay back the money? Absolutely. Once I got on my feet with the house, I was going to start making payments. Morrison's cross-examination was brutal. Ms. Mackenzie, you're 32 years old. How long have you been unemployed? I've been between jobs, focusing on personal growth. for 3 years. The job market is difficult. Yet you felt entitled to a $48,000 house down payment? My sister makes good money. She could afford it. Did you ask her permission before using her credit for wedding expenses? Mackenzie's composure cracked. That was different. The engagement ended, and I needed to cover the deposits. So, you committed fraud because your relationship failed. I didn't commit fraud. I borrowed money from family. By forging your sister's signature and opening accounts in her name without permission. Mom said it was okay. Your mother isn't your sister. She can't give permission to steal someone else's identity. Mackenzie started crying. You don't understand what it's like being the disappointment. Olivia was always the perfect one, and I just wanted something good to happen to me. So you decided to steal it? I didn't steal anything. I borrowed from my sister. Morrison held up a stack of documents. These are credit card statements showing $12,000 in wedding expenses charged to accounts opened in your sister's name. How is that borrowing? I was going to tell her. When? After you'd destroyed her credit? Webb objected, but the damage was clear. Mackenzie had admitted to everything on the stand. Teresa's testimony was even worse. She broke down completely, sobbing about how she just wanted to help her struggling daughter. I never meant to hurt Olivia, she wailed. I thought she'd understand. She's always been so responsible. So, you decided to steal from the responsible daughter to give to the irresponsible one? Morrison asked. It wasn't stealing. It was family, helping family. By committing identity theft? I didn't know it was illegal. Morrison held up the reverse mortgage documents. You signed your daughter's name to a $60,000 loan without her knowledge. You didn't know that was illegal. Teresa's lawyer tried to object, but she kept talking. I was desperate. Mackenzie needed help, and Olivia has so much money. I thought she wouldn't miss it. So you forged her signature on federal documents. I just wanted my daughters to both be happy. The jury deliberated for 2 hours. On the charge of identity theft in the first degree, we find the defendant Teresa Wolfe guilty. On the charge of wire fraud, we find the defendant Teresa Wolfe guilty. On the charge of conspiracy to commit fraud, we find the defendant Mackenzie Wolfe guilty. The verdicts continued. Guilty on all counts for both defendants. Judge Harrison scheduled sentencing for the following week, but announced immediate asset forfeiture. The house would be seized and auctioned, with proceeds going to restitution. As the bailiff led them away, Mackenzie turned and screamed at me. This isn't over. You think you won, but you have no idea what's coming. Teresa just sobbed. Outside the courthouse, Carter put his arm around my shoulders. That was surgical, he said. It's not over yet. Mackenzie said something about insurance. What did she mean? I don't know, but we'll find out. For now, you won. Completely. The reporters surrounded us, but Carter pushed through them to our car. As we drove away, I saw the house auction notice being posted on the courthouse steps. Mackenzie's dream home would be sold to the highest bidder within 30 days. How much prison time are they looking at? I asked. Teresa could get 5 to 7 years. Mackenzie, with her attitude and the additional charges, maybe 8 to 10. Good. Olivia, I have to ask, do you feel any guilt about this? I watched the courthouse disappear in the rearview mirror. None whatsoever. They made their choices. Now they get to live with the consequences. The sentencing hearing brought closure I didn't know I needed. Judge Harrison was thorough and unforgiving. Teresa Wolfe, you are sentenced to 6 years in federal prison, followed by 3 years supervised probation. You will pay full restitution of $73,000 plus court costs. Teresa collapsed in her chair, sobbing. Mackenzie Wolfe, your lack of remorse and continued attempts to manipulate this process have been noted. You are sentenced to 8 years in federal prison, followed by 5 years supervised probation. You will also pay full restitution and are permanently barred from opening any financial accounts without court supervision. Mackenzie stood up, shaking with rage. This is insane! She's my sister! She's supposed to help me! Miss Wolfe, you are in contempt of court. Add 30 days to your sentence. The bailiff dragged her away as she screamed obscenities at me. Carter and I walked out of the courthouse into bright sunshine. The whole ordeal had taken 4 months from discovery to sentencing. The house auction is tomorrow, he said. Are you going to attend? Wouldn't miss it. The auction drew a decent crowd, local investors, young families, curious neighbors. I sat in the back, wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. The auctioneer started bidding at $200,000. The house was worth at least $250 in the current market. Do I hear $210? Several hands went up. The bidding climbed steadily. $240. Do I hear $240? One hand remained up, a young couple in their 20s, holding hands and whispering nervously. $240 going once, going twice. $250, I called out. The auctioneer looked surprised. $250 from the lady in the back. Do I hear $260? The young couple looked defeated. They shook their heads. $250 going once, going twice, sold to bidder number 47. I walked to the registration table and wrote a check for the full amount. Cash sale? The clerk asked, impressed. Cash sale. The next day, I met with Ryan at the house to do a final walkthrough. I have to ask, he said, as we stood in the living room. Why did you buy it? Because I could, and because I wanted to make sure it went to someone who deserved it. What are you going to do with it? Rent it to that young couple who were bidding yesterday. They looked like they really wanted it. Ryan smiled. That's generous of you. It's practical. Good tenants are hard to find. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. I know what you did. Buying the house was petty, but you still don't know about the insurance policy. Check your credit report. M. I showed the message to Carter when I got back to Portland. She's still trying to mess with your head from prison. Ignore it. No, run another credit check. She's been right about hidden surprises before. The credit report came back clean, but Louis found something else. Olivia, there's a life insurance policy in your name. $500,000, with Mackenzie listed as the beneficiary. When was it opened? 2 years ago. The premiums have been paid from the community trust account, the fraudulent one. So, they took out life insurance on me and used my stolen money to pay for it? It gets worse. There's a clause about accidental death paying double. Carter's face went pale. Olivia, you need to contact the FBI immediately. Why? Because your sister just texted you about insurance from prison, and there's a $1 million policy on your life that she benefits from. The FBI took the threat seriously. Agent Sarah Kim interviewed me for 3 hours about the insurance policy and Mackenzie's recent communications. We're going to add conspiracy to commit murder to her charges, Agent Kim said. Taking out life insurance on someone without their knowledge, especially with these threatening messages, suggests intent. Will she get more prison time? If convicted, she's looking at life without parole. The insurance company investigation revealed the full scope of their plan. Teresa had forged my signature on the life insurance application, listing a fake address and using the fraudulent bank account for payments. They were planning this for 2 years, Agent Kim explained during our follow-up meeting. The house purchase was supposed to be the final step before they eliminated you as a financial threat. They were going to kill me. The evidence suggests they were considering it. The insurance policy, the escalating fraud, the attempts to isolate you financially. It all points to a long-term plan. Dr. Martinez helped me process the revelation during our session. How does it feel to know the truth about their intentions? Validating, actually. I always knew something was wrong with how they treated me. Now I know it wasn't just favoritism. It was predatory. Do you feel guilty about the sentences they received? No. If anything, I feel like I saved my own life. The additional charges against Mackenzie made national news. Sister Plot's murder for insurance money ran on several major outlets. Carter called me after the story broke. Mackenzie's lawyer is trying to plea bargain. She's offering to testify against Teresa in exchange for a reduced sentence. What's the prosecutor saying? No deal. They have enough evidence to convict both of them on all charges. Regina stopped by my apartment that evening with takeout and wine. So, how does it feel to be the sister who survived a murder plot? Surreal, but also liberating. I spent my whole life thinking I was the problem in that family. And now? Now I know I was the target. My phone rang. The caller ID showed the county jail again. Don't answer it, Regina said. I picked up anyway. Olivia, please. Teresa's voice was barely a whisper. I'm dying in here. The other inmates know what I did. They hate people who hurt family. Good. Please, I'm your mother. I love you. No, you don't. You never did. If you loved me, you wouldn't have tried to kill me for insurance money. That wasn't my idea. That was all Mackenzie. I just wanted to help her. By murdering me? I never agreed to that part. I swear. But you knew about it. Silence. Goodbye, Teresa. Don't call me again. I hung up and blocked the number. Feel better? Regina asked. Actually, yes. 6 months after the sentencing, I got a letter from the young couple renting Mackenzie's old house. They wanted to know if I'd consider selling it to them. I met with them at a coffee shop near the house. We love living there, the wife, Emma, said. It feels like home. We've been saving for a down payment, her husband Jake added. We could probably manage 15% down if you'd consider owner financing. What do you think the house is worth? Maybe $260 in this market. I pulled out a contract I'd had Carter prepare. I'll sell it to you for exactly what I paid at auction. $250. No down payment required. Monthly payments at 3% interest for 30 years. Emma started crying. Are you serious? Dead serious. Good people deserve good homes. They signed the papers that afternoon. Walking away from the house for the last time, I felt something I hadn't experienced in years. Peace. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Please help. Mom's in the hospital. We have nothing. M. I stared at the message for a long moment, then deleted it without responding. They say blood is thicker than water, but I learned something important through all of this. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. The family you choose is stronger than the family you're born into. I chose myself. And for the first time in my life, that felt like enough. In the end, oil floats. And so did I.
The photographer counted down from 3, and my mother shoved me out of the frame. Move, Delaney. This spot's for Savannah. 23 years old, valedictorian of my graduating class, and I'm getting elbowed aside like a kid fighting for the last slice of pizza? The photographer looked confused, probably wondering why the girl in the cap and gown was being pushed away from her own graduation photo. My name is Delaney, and I should have seen this coming. But Mum, it's my graduation, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. And it's Savannah's celebration too. She just got that job at the salon. Nadine wrapped her arm around my stepsister, pulling her into the centre of the group. Besides, you'll have plenty of other photos. Kent, my stepfather, chuckled. Come on, Del, don't be dramatic. It's just one picture. Savannah smirked at me over Mum's shoulder. At 21, she'd never graduated from anything except maybe a weekend bartending course, but somehow this moment belonged to her too. I can take multiple shots, the photographer offered weakly. No need, Mum said, not even looking at me. This one's perfect. I stepped back and watched them pose. Mum in the middle, beaming like she'd accomplished something monumental. Kent with his arm around both of them. Savannah practically glowing with satisfaction. And little Mia, my 18-year-old half-sister, looking uncomfortable but too scared to say anything. The camera flashed. They all smiled. I wasn't in it. There we go, Mom said, checking the preview on the photographer's camera. That's the one we'll frame. The photographer glanced at me apologetically. Would you like a solo shot, miss? She's fine, Kent answered for me. We should get going anyway. Dinner reservations. Dinner. Right. The celebration dinner that I'd secretly already paid for because Mum's credit card got declined when she tried to book it last week. The celebration dinner for my graduation that would somehow centre entirely around Savannah's part-time job shampooing hair. Actually, I said, forcing a smile, I'd love that solo shot. I posed alone in my cap and gown, diploma in hand, while my family waited impatiently by their car. The photographer was kind. He took several angles, told me I looked proud, said my family should be proud too. Should be. That was the key phrase. At dinner, Savannah held court like she was the guest of honour. So the salon owner said I have natural talent, she gushed, twirling her hair. She thinks I could be managing my own chair within 6 months. That's wonderful, sweetheart, Mum cooed. Isn't that wonderful, Delaney? I looked up from my untouched pasta. Wonderful. And the best part is, I'll finally be making real money. No more asking you guys for help. Savannah shot me a pointed look. Some of us don't need to hide behind books our whole lives. Kent laughed. Savannah's got that entrepreneurial spirit. Real-world experience beats classroom theory any day. Absolutely, Mum agreed. Not everyone needs a fancy degree to be successful. I set down my fork. I graduated summa cum laude. We know, honey, Mum said dismissively. But success isn't just about grades. I was valedictorian. And we're proud, Kent said, in that tone adults use when they're humouring a child. But let's not make everything about you tonight. Make everything about me, at my own graduation dinner. Mia caught my eye across the table and mouthed, sorry. At least someone noticed. The server brought the check, and Mum reached for her purse with that familiar panicked expression, the one that meant her card would get declined again. I've got it, I said quietly, pulling out my debit card. Oh, Delaney, you don't have to. I've got it. I paid the $180 bill with money from my savings account. The same savings account that held $18,000 earmarked for Mum's upcoming surgery. The same surgery she'd been guilting me about funding for months, because, Family takes care of family. As we walked to the parking lot, Savannah linked arms with Mom and Kent, chattering about her bright future in hair care. Mia walked beside me in silence. "Congratulations," she whispered. "I'm proud of you." "Thanks," I whispered back. But as I watched my family pile into Kent's car, still talking about Savannah's job, still ignoring the diploma in my hand, something crystallized in my chest, something cold and final. I knew then that I wasn't in their photo, and I never would be. That night, I sat in my apartment and stared at my laptop screen. My bank account showed $18,000 in savings. Money I'd scraped together from years of part-time jobs, summer internships, and living on ramen. Money that was supposed to save my mother's life. I opened a new browser tab and searched for how to start a non-profit organization. Then I transferred every penny to a new account, one with only my name on it. I couldn't sleep, so I did what I always do when my brain won't shut up. I made lists. This time, it was a list of every dollar I'd given this family since I turned 16. The notebook filled up fast. $400 for groceries during Mom's rough patch when Kent got laid off. $800 for Mia's school supplies and field trips. $200 to fix Mom's car. $3,500 for Savannah's community college tuition that she dropped out of after one semester. $900 for Kent's tools when he started his handyman business. $450 for Mum's birthday party that I wasn't allowed to help plan, but was expected to fund. The list went on for 6 pages. At 3 a.m., I found myself digging through the storage closet, looking for something I hadn't touched in years. Behind boxes of Christmas decorations and old textbooks, I found it. A shoebox labelled "Dad's Stuff" in my teenage handwriting. Inside were the few things I had left of Zane, my biological father. A photo of us at the zoo when I was 5, his college ring, a letter from his lawyer about custody arrangements that never happened. And something I'd forgotten about, a manila envelope with my name on it, postmarked 2 years ago. My hands shook as I opened it. Inside was a letter from a law office in Phoenix. "Dear Ms. Santos," it began, "we regret to inform you of the passing of your father, Zane Santos, on March 15th. Per his final wishes, we are forwarding this personal letter to you. March 15th. 2 years ago. I did the math. This letter arrived 13 months after he died." The personal letter was in Dad's handwriting. "Delaney, if you're reading this, I'm gone, and I'm sorry I couldn't fight harder to be part of your life. Your mother made it impossible, but I never stopped trying. I never stopped loving you. There are things you should know about the custody case, about why I couldn't see you after you turned 12. Ask the right questions. The truth is buried, but it's there. I'm proud of who you've become. I can see it in the newspaper clippings your grandmother sends me. Yes, I know about your grades, your scholarships, your achievements. I've been watching from afar, cheering you on. You were never alone, even when it felt like you were. Build something beautiful with your life. Don't let them convince you that you don't matter. Love, Dad." I stared at the letter until the words blurred. Newspaper clippings. He'd been following my life through my grandmother, Mom's mother, who died when I was 19. Ask the right questions. I grabbed my laptop and started searching. Court records, custody cases, Zane Santos versus Nadine Blake. What I found made my stomach drop. The custody case didn't end because Dad stopped fighting. It ended because Mom claimed he was unstable and financially irresponsible. She'd presented evidence of missed child support payments, payments that, according to the bank records I found online, had actually been made on time every month until his death. Someone had been intercepting them. At 6 a.m., I called the one person I knew would be awake, my old college advisor, Professor Martinez. "Delaney? What's wrong? I need help starting a non-profit. Today." "Today?" "Honey, it's 6 in the morning. I have $18,000 and a very specific mission. I want to help girls who've been emotionally abandoned by their families." There was a pause. "This is about your family, isn't it?" This is about a lot of families. Okay, I know someone. Kingsley Fleming. She runs a girls' shelter downtown. She's been looking for funding partners. Can you call her? At 6 a.m? Please? Professor Martinez sighed. Give me an hour. By 8 a.m, I was sitting in a coffee shop across from Kingsley Fleming, a woman in her late 30s with kind eyes and calloused hands. Professor Martinez says you want to fund a program for emotionally neglected girls, she said, stirring her coffee. Girls who are scapegoats, the ones who pay everyone else's bills but never get invited to the family photos. Kingsley studied my face. That's very specific. I know what I'm talking about. How much funding are we discussing? 18,000 to start, more later. And what do you want in return? I thought about Dad's letter, about the photo from yesterday, about 13 months of not knowing my father was dead because someone decided I didn't need to know. I want to build something that matters, something with my name on it, my real name, which is Delaney Santos. Kingsley smiled. When can you start? Right now. We shook hands across the table. For the first time in years, I felt like I was exactly where I belonged. My phone buzzed with a text from Mum. Hope you're having a good morning, sweetie. Remember, the surgery is scheduled for next month. Love you. I turned off my phone without responding. Some bridges aren't meant to be burned. They're meant to be abandoned. 3 weeks later, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. Delaney, honey, I'm getting dizzy spells again, Mum's voice crackled through the speaker. The doctor says we need to move the surgery up. I was sitting in Kingsley's office, reviewing applications for our first round of shelter residents. That's concerning. Have you talked to Kent about it? You know Kent doesn't understand medical things. I need you to call the hospital about the payment. I'm sure they'll work with you on a payment plan. Delaney, her voice sharpened. The surgery fund. We discussed this. Right, the fund. I flipped through another application. I'm sure everything will work out. After I hung up, Kingsley raised an eyebrow. Family drama? Something like that. Want to talk about it? Not really. Tell me about Vienna. Vienna Garcia was 14, sitting in the intake room with arms crossed and fire in her eyes. Her application listed her as displaced due to family conflict. She's been bouncing between relatives since her mom remarried, Kingsley explained. The new stepmother decided Vienna was a bad influence on her biological kids. What kind of bad influence? She gets good grades, asks too many questions, and apparently acts like she's better than everyone. I looked through the glass at Vienna, who was glaring at the motivational posters on the wall like they'd personally offended her. I want to talk to her. Delaney, we usually let the counsellors... 5 minutes. I knocked and entered the intake room. Vienna looked up with the kind of defensive expression I recognised in every mirror from my teenage years. You're the money lady, she said flatly. I'm Delaney, and you're Vienna. Congratulations, you can read. I sat down across from her. Your stepmother kicked you out? She said I was poisoning her precious babies with my attitude. What attitude? I told her 8-year-old that she didn't have to let her older brother hit her just because he's a boy. Vienna's jaw tightened. Apparently that makes me a troublemaker. Where's your mum in all this? Choosing her husband over her daughter. Shocking, right? The anger in her voice was so familiar, it hurt. What do you need? Vienna blinked, caught off guard. What? What do you need to feel safe here? She looked around the room, then back at me. I need to know this isn't temporary. I need to know someone won't change their mind about me next week. You have a place here as long as you need it? You promise? I promise. For the first time since I'd walked in, Vienna's shoulders relaxed. Okay. That evening, I was reviewing legal documents for the non-profit when my phone rang again. This time it was Savannah. What the hell is wrong with you? She screamed before I could say hello. Good evening to you too. Mum's in the hospital. Her blood pressure spiked, and they can't do the surgery until it stabilizes. She's freaking out about the money. That's terrible. I hope she feels better. Don't play dumb, Delaney. She called the hospital. The payment got declined. I set down my pen. Declined? The joint account. There's no money in it. Huh? That's weird. Where's the $18,000? What $18,000? Savannah's voice went shrill. The money you've been saving for Mum's surgery. Oh, that money. I donated it. Silence. Then, you what? I donated it to a girls' shelter. They're doing amazing work with at-risk youth. You donated Mum's surgery money. My money, that I earned. At jobs I worked while you were getting your nails done. You selfish bitch. Mum could die. Then maybe Kent should get a second job, or you could contribute something besides drama for once. I'm posting about this. Everyone's going to know what kind of person you really are. Go ahead. Make sure you tag me. She hung up. Within an hour, my social media was blowing up with notifications. Savannah had posted a long rant about my betrayal, complete with crying selfies and dramatic music. The comments were split. Half were calling me heartless. The other half were asking why a 21-year-old woman couldn't help pay for her own mother's medical bills. I screenshotted the whole thing and sent it to Kingsley with a message. Exhibit A. Why girls need safe spaces. Around midnight, I heard a soft knock on my apartment door. Through the peephole, I saw Mia standing in the hallway with a backpack and red eyes. I opened the door. What are you doing here? I couldn't stay there anymore. She wiped her nose with her sleeve. They're all screaming about you, and I know what you did. My heart stopped. What do you mean? I know about the money, and I know why you did it. She pulled a shoebox from her backpack. I found these in Mum's closet. Inside were journals, letters, and what looked like old cassette tapes. What are these? Mia's voice was barely a whisper. Dad's stuff. Your dad. The real story about why he couldn't see you. I stared at the box, then at my little sister's tear-streaked face. Come inside, I said. We need to talk. Mia sat on my couch, clutching a mug of hot chocolate like it was a lifeline. Play the first tape, she said, pointing to an old cassette recorder she'd brought with her. I pressed play. Dad's voice filled my apartment, younger than I remembered, talking to what sounded like a lawyer. She won't let me see Delaney anymore. Says I'm a bad influence because I questioned why a 12-year-old is working weekends to help pay bills. The lawyer's voice. Do you have documentation of this? I have bank statements showing my child support payments. I have photos of Delaney looking exhausted every time I picked her up. I have recordings of Nadine screaming at her for not cleaning the house properly. My hands started shaking. Mia reached over and squeezed my arm. There's more, she whispered. The tape continued. Dad's voice again. Last week, Delaney told me her mother said she was the mistake that ruined everything. She's 12 years old. She shouldn't even know those words. I stopped the tape. When did you find these? 2 months ago. I was looking for Christmas decorations in Mum's closet and found this box way in the back, hidden behind old photo albums. Does Mum know you have them? No, but Delaney... Mia's voice cracked. There's something else. About the custody case. She pulled out a manila folder. Inside were court documents, but not the ones I'd found online. These were different. Motions that were never filed, evidence that was never submitted. Dad tried to get emergency custody, Mia said. He had proof that Mum was making you work to pay household bills. He had recordings of her calling you names. He had everything. So what happened? Kent happened. She showed me another document. Kent knew someone at the courthouse. Dad's evidence got lost. His lawyer suddenly dropped the case. And then... She trailed off, pulling out a bank statement. Then what? Then someone started intercepting Dad's child support payments. Look at the dates. The statements showed regular payments from Dad's account, but according to another set of papers, Mum had been telling the court that he'd stopped paying entirely. She was stealing his money and using it to prove he was a deadbeat father. My phone rang. Mum's number. Don't answer it, Mia said quickly. I answered anyway. Hello, Mum? Delaney. Thank God. I'm at the hospital, and they're saying the payment was declined again. There must be some mistake with the bank. There's no mistake. Silence. Then, what do you mean? I mean, I gave that money to someone who actually deserves it. Delaney, this isn't funny. I could die without this surgery. Then maybe you should have thought about that before you spent 18 years treating me like your personal ATM. What are you talking about? I've always what? Always loved me? Always supported me? Always made me feel like part of the family? You are part of the family. Really. Because yesterday at my graduation, you shoved me out of a photo so Savannah could stand in my spot. That was just, we can take another photo. No, Mum. We can't, because I'm done pretending that you see me as anything other than a paycheck. Delaney, please, I'm your mother. You're Savannah's mother. You're Mia's mother. I'm just the girl who pays your bills. I hung up and immediately turned off my phone. Mia was staring at me with wide eyes. I've never heard you talk to her like that. I've never had proof before. Over the next hour, we went through everything in the box. Letters from Dad begging for visitation. Court documents that were never filed. And a will, Dad's will, that left everything to me. Savannah ripped up the original, Mia said quietly. I saw her do it after the funeral. She said you didn't deserve anything because you abandoned the family by going to college. And Mom let her? Mum told her to do it? I stared at the copy of the will. Dad had left me his house, his savings, his life insurance policy. Everything that should have helped me through college, everything that would have made me independent years ago. There's one more thing, Mia said, pulling out her phone. Savannah posted something else while I was walking over here. She showed me the screen. Savannah had made a TikTok video, crying dramatically while holding a photo of Mum in the hospital. My evil stepsister stole our mum's surgery money to fund some random charity, she sobbed into the camera. She's literally trying to kill our mother because she's jealous that I got a job. Please share this so everyone knows what kind of person Delaney Santos really is. The video had 50,000 views and hundreds of comments calling me everything from heartless to psychopath. I'm sorry, Mia whispered. Don't be sorry. This is perfect. Perfect? I opened my laptop and started typing. She just gave me everything I need to destroy them. What are you doing? I'm writing my own story. And this time I have receipts. The blog post was titled, What You Owe the Daughter Who Paid Everyone Else's Bills. I attached photos of every bank statement, every receipt, every piece of evidence that showed exactly how much money I'd given this family over the years. Then I attached the custody documents, the intercepted child support payments, the destroyed will. Delaney, Mia said nervously. Are you sure about this? I hit publish. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Within minutes, my phone started buzzing with notifications. But this time, they weren't calling me heartless. They were calling me brave. My blog post went viral overnight. By morning, I had 200,000 shares and interview requests from 3 news stations. I was reading comments over coffee when Kingsley called. Delaney, we have a problem. Vienna's in the hospital. I dropped my mug. What happened? She cut herself last night. Deep enough to need stitches. She keeps asking for you. I was dressed and out the door in 5 minutes. At the hospital, Vienna looked small and pale against the white sheets. Her arms were bandaged and she wouldn't make eye contact. Hey, I said softly, sitting in the chair beside her bed. You came. Of course I came. What happened? Vienna stared at the ceiling. My mum saw the news story about your family. She called the shelter looking for me. That's good, right? She didn't want to see me. She wanted to yell at me for embarrassing the family by living in a shelter. Said I was just like my father, always causing drama. My chest tightened. Vienna. She hung up on me, again, and I couldn't handle it anymore. Knowing that even when I'm literally homeless, she still thinks I'm the problem. I reached for her hand. You're not the problem. You were never the problem. How do you know? Because I was you at 14, and my mum called me the mistake that ruined everything too. Vienna finally looked at me. Really? Really. And you know what I figured out? When someone calls you a mistake, they're really just admitting they made bad choices and need someone to blame. A nurse knocked and entered. Vienna? Your mother is here? Vienna's face went white. I don't want to see her. She's very insistent, the nurse said apologetically. I'll handle it, I said, standing up. In the hallway, a woman in her 40s was arguing with hospital staff. She had Vienna's dark hair, but none of her fire. Excuse me, I said. Are you Vienna's mother? She turned. Who are you? I'm Delaney, from the shelter. Her expression soured. Oh, you're the one filling these girls' heads with nonsense about toxic families. I'm the one giving them a safe place to sleep. Vienna doesn't need a safe place. She needs to come home and stop being so dramatic. She tried to hurt herself last night. She's attention-seeking. She's always been manipulative. I stared at this woman, this mother, who was calling her suicidal daughter manipulative. She's 14. She's old enough to know better. You're right. She is old enough to know that she deserves better than this. Vienna's mother stepped closer. You don't know anything about my family. I know enough. I know you chose your husband over your daughter. I know you kicked her out for protecting another child. And I know you're here to blame her for embarrassing you instead of getting her help. How dare you? I dare because someone has to. Vienna is staying at the shelter. She's safe there. I'm her mother. I can take her home. Try it. I'll call Child Protective Services so fast your head will spin. She glared at me for a long moment, then turned and walked away without another word. When I got back to Vienna's room, she was crying. I heard everything, she whispered. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Thank you for protecting me. That's what family does. Are we family? If you want to be. She nodded, wiping her eyes. I want to be. That afternoon, I was back at my apartment when someone knocked. I opened the door to find a man in his mid-20s with familiar eyes and a nervous smile. Delaney, I'm Zachary. We dated in college. Zach? I blinked in surprise. What are you doing here? I saw your blog post. I'm a lawyer now, and I think you need legal help. I can't afford pro bono. What your family did to you, what they did to your father's estate, it's not just morally wrong, it's illegal. I let him in. He looked good, older, more confident, but still the same guy who used to bring me coffee during finals week. How illegal are we talking? Financial exploitation of a minor, fraud, possibly embezzlement if we can prove they intercepted your father's payments. He pulled out a legal pad. I've been researching since I read your post. You have grounds for a lawsuit. Against my own family? Against people who stole from you for years. I thought about Vienna in that hospital bed, about Mia hiding evidence in her backpack, about Dad's letters that I never got to read while he was alive. What would a lawsuit accomplish? Restitution. Public acknowledgement of what they did. And it would set a precedent for other kids in similar situations. Other kids like Vienna. Exactly. I looked at the legal documents Mia had brought me, spread across my coffee table, like evidence of a crime, which, apparently, they were. Okay, let's do it. Zach smiled. I was hoping you'd say that. But Zach, this isn't about us getting back together. This is business. His smile faded slightly. I know, but for what it's worth, I'm proud of you. The girl I dated would never have stood up for herself like this. The girl you dated didn't have $18,000 and a viral blog post. No, but she had the same heart. She just needed to find her voice. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is Savannah. Mum's in the ICU. If she dies, it's your fault. I showed the text to Zach. Perfect, he said. Harassment via electronic communication. That's another charge we can add. For the first time in weeks, I smiled. Really smiled. I think I'm going to like having a lawyer. 3 days later, Mia showed up at the shelter with 2 suitcases and a black eye. Jesus, Mia, what happened? She touched her face gingerly. Kent found out I gave you Dad's stuff. He said I was a traitor just like you. He hit you? Mum watched him do it. She said I deserved it for betraying the family. I pulled out my phone to call the police, but Mia grabbed my wrist. Don't, please, I just want to stay here with you. Kingsley appeared in the doorway. We have a bed ready for her. She's my sister. She stays with me. Delaney, there are protocols. She's 18 and she's family. She stays with me. That evening, Zach came over with a stack of legal documents and a bottle of wine. I have good news and better news, he said, settling onto my couch. Good news first. I found your father's original will, the real one filed with the state. Savannah destroying the copy doesn't matter. The legal document still exists. And the better news? You're entitled to $93,000 in inheritance, plus interest, your father's house, his life insurance, everything. Mia looked up from her laptop. 93,000? Your family has been sitting on a small fortune that legally belongs to Delaney. How is that possible? I asked. Your father named your grandmother as executor, but when she died, the estate should have transferred to you automatically. Instead, your mother convinced the probate court that you were estranged from the family and couldn't be located. But I was living 20 minutes away. I know. That's the fraud part. Mia's laptop chimed with a notification. Guys, you need to see this. She turned the screen toward us. Vienna had started a blog called House Stories, and her latest post was titled, My sister with no family started one for me. I read aloud. 3 weeks ago, I tried to kill myself because I thought I was alone. Today, I'm writing this from a place where someone sees me as worth saving. Her name is Delaney, and she gave up her family's approval to give girls like me a home. She didn't have to choose us, but she did. And now I understand what real family looks like. The post had 10,000 shares and hundreds of comments from other girls sharing similar stories. Vienna wrote this? I asked. She's been writing every day since she got out of the hospital, Mia said. Look at the comments. Girl after girl was sharing stories of being the scapegoat, the disappointment, the one who paid everyone else's bills but never got invited to family photos. This is bigger than just your case, Zach said quietly. This is a movement. My phone rang. Savannah's name appeared on the screen. Don't answer it, Mia said. I answered anyway and put it on speaker. Delaney, we need to talk. I'm listening. This has gone too far. Mom's really sick, and you're making everything worse with your little blog and your lawsuit threats. I haven't threatened anything. I filed actual legal documents. You can't sue your own family. Watch me? Look, I'm sorry about the photo thing, okay? And maybe we haven't always appreciated everything you've done, but this is insane. What's insane is that it took a lawsuit for you to acknowledge that I exist. That's not... We've always... Savannah's voice cracked. Please. Just drop the lawsuit and we can work this out as a family. We were never a family, Savannah. I was just the ATM you kept in the basement. That's not true. Really? Name one time, one single time, that any of you celebrated something I accomplished without making it about someone else. Silence. Name one time you defended me when Mum called me names. More silence. Name one time you contributed money to anything instead of asking me to pay for it. That's not fair. You're right. It's not fair. None of it was fair. Delaney, please. I hung up. An hour later, Zach's phone rang. It was his law partner. You're not going to believe this, he said, after hanging up. Savannah just tried to file a defamation lawsuit against you. For what? For telling the truth, apparently. But here's the thing. She made a mistake. She included a sworn statement claiming she never said anything cruel about the shelter girls. So? Mia grinned and pulled up her phone. So I have a video of her calling Vienna a slutty street rat outside the hospital yesterday. You recorded that? I record everything now. I learned from the best. She gestured to the box of Dad's evidence. Zach laughed. This just keeps getting better. Not only does this prove she's lying under oath, but it also shows a pattern of harassment toward vulnerable minors. What does that mean? It means, instead of her suing you, we're adding her to our lawsuit. along with your mother and stepfather. My phone buzzed with a text from Vienna. Just saw the news about Savannah's lawsuit, don't worry. I have something that will help. She sent a screenshot of Savannah's Instagram story from last week, a video of her laughing while reading mean comments about me, with the caption, "My psycho stepsister is finally getting what she deserves." Jesus, Mia whispered. She really documented her own cruelty. They all did, I realized. Every cruel comment, every dismissive text, every time they made me feel invisible, they left evidence. Zach was already typing on his laptop. I'm filing an amended complaint tomorrow. This isn't just about financial exploitation anymore. What else? Intentional infliction of emotional distress, harassment, fraud, and thanks to Savannah's little video collection, we can prove malicious intent. I looked around my apartment. Mia safe on my couch, Vienna's blog post still open on the laptop, legal documents that would finally hold my family accountable scattered across the coffee table. How long until this goes to court? 6 months, maybe less if they try to settle. They won't settle, they're too proud. Good, Zach said, closing his laptop. Because I'm going to enjoy destroying them. The courthouse was packed. Word had spread through social media, and dozens of young women had come to watch what one reporter called the scapegoat daughter's reckoning. I sat at the plaintiff's table in my best suit, Zach beside me, shuffling through documents. Across the aisle, Mom, Kent, and Savannah huddled with their lawyer, a tired-looking man who kept checking his watch. All rise for the Honourable Judge Martinez. The judge was a woman in her 50s, with sharp eyes and no patience for nonsense. This is a civil case regarding financial exploitation and emotional abuse, she began. Ms. Santos, you're representing yourself as the plaintiff? My attorney is representing me, Your Honour, I said, gesturing to Zach. Very well, Mr. Hughes, present your opening statement. Zach stood. Your Honour, this case is about a family that treated their daughter like a personal bank account for 7 years, then tried to steal her inheritance when her father died. We have documentation of over $30,000 in financial exploitation, intercepted child support payments, destroyed legal documents, and a systematic campaign of emotional abuse designed to keep the plaintiff compliant and financially dependent. The defense attorney stood. Your Honour, this is simply a family dispute, blown out of proportion by social media attention-seeking. Ms. Santos is an adult who chose to help her family financially. No one forced her to. Objection, Zach interrupted. The exploitation began when she was 16, making her a minor. Sustained. Continue, Mr. Hughes. Zach called me to the witness stand first. Ms. Santos, when did you first start contributing financially to your family's household? When I was 16. I got a job at a grocery store, and Mum said I needed to contribute to the family by paying for groceries. How much were you contributing monthly? About $400. Sometimes more when Kent was between jobs. And what was your relationship like with your biological father? I loved him, but I wasn't allowed to see him after I turned 12. Why not? I looked directly at Mum. My mother told the court he was an unfit parent who had stopped paying child support. But that wasn't true, was it? No. We have bank records showing he paid every month until he died. Someone was intercepting the payments. The defense attorney objected, but Judge Martinez allowed the bank statements as evidence. Zach walked me through everything. The destroyed will, the hidden inheritance, the graduation photo incident, the surgery money. Ms. Santos, why did you donate your savings instead of paying for your mother's surgery? Because I realized that no matter how much money I gave them, I would never be family. I would always be the ATM they kept around for emergencies. How did your family react when they discovered what you'd done? My stepsister made a TikTok video calling me evil. My stepfather hit my younger sister for giving me evidence of their fraud. And my mother told me I was responsible if she died. The defense attorney cross-examined me, trying to paint me as vindictive and attention-seeking. Ms. Santos, isn't it true that you started this lawsuit only after your blog post went viral? No, I started gathering evidence the day they shoved me out of my own graduation photo. But you could have simply talked to your family about these issues instead of airing them publicly. I tried talking to them for 23 years. They made it clear that my feelings didn't matter. So you decided to destroy their reputations online. I decided to tell the truth. If that destroyed their reputations, maybe they should have behaved better? Next, Zach called Mia to testify. She was nervous, but determined. Ms. Blake, you're the defendant's biological daughter, correct? Yes, but I consider Delaney my real sister. Can you tell the court about the evidence you found in your mother's closet? Mia described finding Dad's recordings, the intercepted payments, the destroyed will. Her voice shook when she talked about Savannah ripping up the original documents. Did your mother know you had found this evidence? Yes. When she found out I gave it to Delaney, she let Kent hit me. She said I deserved it for being a traitor. The defense attorney tried to discredit Mia as a confused teenager, but she held her ground. I'm not confused about what I saw. I'm not confused about who protected me when I had nowhere else to go. Then, Zach played the recordings. Dad's voice filled the courtroom, describing the emotional abuse, the financial exploitation, his desperate attempts to protect me. I watched Mum's face as her ex-husband's voice detailed her cruelty from beyond the grave. She looked smaller somehow, deflated. The defense called Mom to testify. She tried to paint herself as a struggling single mother who needed help. Delaney was always so responsible, she said, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. I thought she wanted to help the family. Mrs. Blake, Zach said during cross-examination, did you ever tell your daughter she was the mistake that ruined everything? I may have said things in anger, but yes or no, Mrs. Blake? Yes, but did you intercept child support payments from her father? I don't know what you're talking about. Zach presented the bank records. These show payments from Zayn Santos going into an account you controlled, while you told the court he wasn't paying support. Mum's lawyer objected, but the evidence was clear. Did you know about your daughter's inheritance from her father? We thought it was better if she didn't know. She was so young and she was 21 when he died. An adult. You stole $93,000 from her. We didn't steal anything. Then where is the money, Mrs. Blake? Silence. Judge Martinez called a recess. In the hallway, Vienna appeared with a group of girls from the shelter. We wanted to be here for the verdict, she said, hugging me. You didn't have to come. Yes, we did. You fought for us. Now we're fighting for you. When court resumed, Judge Martinez delivered her ruling. I find in favor of the plaintiff on all counts. The defendants are ordered to pay restitution in the amount of $127,000, Judge Martinez continued. This includes the stolen inheritance, intercepted child support payments, and damages for financial exploitation of a minor. Mum gasped. Kent put his head in his hands. Savannah started crying. Furthermore, the judge said, I'm ordering a formal apology to be published in the local newspaper, acknowledging the emotional and financial abuse detailed in this case. Your Honour, the defense attorney stood. My clients would like to request... I am not finished. Judge Martinez's voice cut through the courtroom. Ms. Santos, I want you to know that your courage in bringing this case forward has already inspired legislative discussions about protecting young adults from family financial exploitation. You should be proud. The gavel came down. It was over. In the hallway, reporters swarmed us, but I only had eyes for the girls from the shelter who had come to support me. We did it, Vienna said, tears streaming down her face. You did it, I corrected her. Your blog posts, your courage to speak up, that's what made people pay attention. Can I ask you something? A reporter called out. What's next for you, Mrs. Santos? I looked at Mia, who was grinning despite her black eye, at Vienna, who had found her voice through writing, at the dozen other girls who had driven here to witness justice. We're expanding the shelter program. This settlement money is going directly into helping more girls escape toxic family situations. And your relationship with your family? I don't have a relationship with them, but I have something better. I have a family I chose. As we walked toward the courthouse exit, Savannah broke away from Mum and Kent and approached me. "Delaney, wait." I stopped but didn't turn around. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "About the photo. About everything. Are you sorry, or are you sorry you got caught?" I don't know. Maybe both." I finally turned to face her. "Savannah, for 23 years, I waited for you to see me as your sister. I waited for Mum to love me the way she loves you. I waited for Kent to defend me just once. I know, and I'm done waiting." She nodded, tears falling. "I know. I wanted you to know that I know I was wrong. Okay? That's it? Just okay? What do you want me to say? That I forgive you? That we can be sisters now? Maybe." I looked at this woman who had tormented me for years, who had made TikToks mocking my pain, who had called Vienna a slur. "I hope you figure out how to be a better person, Savannah. But I'm not going to wait around to see if you do." I walked away, and this time she didn't follow. Outside the courthouse, Zach caught up with me. "So what now?" he asked. "Now we build something that matters." "We?" I smiled. "I could use a good lawyer on the shelter's board of directors." "I'd be honoured. Just to be clear, this still isn't about us getting back together. I know, but maybe someday I'll be ready for that conversation, but not today." He nodded. "Fair enough." That evening, we held an impromptu celebration at the shelter. Kingsley ordered pizza, Vienna made a playlist, and Mia set up a laptop so the girls who couldn't be there could join virtually. "I have an announcement," I said, standing in the common room, surrounded by 24 teenage girls who'd become my real family. "The settlement money is going to fund a new program. We're going to help girls not just escape bad situations, but build new lives. College scholarships, job training, legal aid, whatever you need to become independent." The room erupted in cheers. "And," I continued, "we're changing the name. From now on, this isn't just a shelter. It's the House of Santos." Vienna stood up. "I have something too." She pulled out a wrapped frame. "I made this for you." Inside was a photo from the courthouse steps, me surrounded by all the girls from the shelter, Mia and Zach on either side, everyone smiling and hugging after the verdict. "It's your real family photo," Vienna said. "The one where you belong in the centre." I stared at the image, at faces that chose to love me, at people who celebrated my victories instead of diminishing them, at a family built on choice rather than obligation. "Thank you," I whispered. "No," Vienna said, her voice strong and clear. "Thank you for showing us that we don't have to accept crumbs from people who should be giving us the whole meal." My phone buzzed with an email notification. The subject line read, "Speaking Opportunity, International Conference on Family Trauma." I showed it to Kingsley. "They want me to speak in London next month. Are you going to do it?" I looked around the room at girls who were learning to value themselves, at Mia who was finally safe, at Vienna who was writing her story instead of ending it. "Yeah," I said. "I think I am." Because they never made room for me in their photo. So I made a whole damn wall of my own. And every single picture on it was exactly where it belonged.
I should have known something was wrong when Dad asked me to wear a dress to Colin's wedding. My name is Vivian, and I've been sleeping in my Honda Civic for 3 days now. But let me back up to the moment everything fell apart. The moment I realized my own father had been planning to destroy me all along. The wedding reception was in full swing when Dad tapped his champagne flute with that stupid butter knife. Everyone quieted down, all smiles and tipsy laughter, while I stood there in borrowed heels that were cutting into my ankles. I'd gotten the dress from Goodwill that morning, navy blue, slightly too big, but it would have to do. "Ladies and gentlemen," Dad's voice boomed across the backyard, "I want to thank you all for celebrating Colin and Alexandra today." Colin beamed, his arm wrapped around his new wife. She was practically glowing in her Instagram-worthy reception dress, the kind that probably cost more than I made in 3 months at the diner. But I have one more surprise for the happy couple, Dad continued, reaching into his jacket pocket. That's when I saw it, the manila envelope, the same one that had been sitting on his desk for weeks, the one he'd quickly shuffled papers over whenever I walked into his office. Colin, Alexandra, as a wedding gift, your mother and I. He glanced at Grace, who was dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. We want to give you the family estate, the house, the land, all of it. It's yours now. The crowd erupted in cheers. Alexandra actually squealed, jumping up and down like she'd won the lottery. Colin looked stunned, then broke into that golden boy grin that had gotten him everything his entire life. I felt the blood drain from my face. Dad, I called out, my voice barely audible over the applause. Dad, what about... He looked right at me, right through me, really. His eyes were cold, calculated. You'll leave anyway, he said, loud enough for the people nearby to hear. You're a daughter. The words hit me like a physical blow. A few people shifted uncomfortably, but most were too drunk or too focused on Colin and Alexandra's celebration to really process what had just happened. I stood there, frozen, while my brother hugged Dad and Alexandra started crying happy tears. Grace was already on her phone, probably posting about their generous gift to social media. Vivian? Colin finally noticed me standing there. You okay? I wanted to scream. I wanted to ask him if he knew, if he'd been part of this plan, or if he was just Dad's willing accomplice in my erasure. Instead, I forced a smile. Congratulations! I'm just... surprised. I know, right? We had no idea! Alexandra gushed, already taking selfies with the deed. We're going to renovate everything. Maybe start a lifestyle blog about it. The rest of the reception passed in a blur. I made small talk, smiled when people looked my way, and pretended my world hadn't just collapsed. When the last guest finally left around midnight, I helped clean up like nothing had changed. It wasn't until I got to my car that I realized something else was wrong. My overnight bag was sitting on the passenger seat, the one I'd left in my childhood bedroom that morning. I ran back to the house, my borrowed heels clicking against the driveway. The front door was locked. I used my key, but it wouldn't turn. They'd changed the locks. Dad! I pounded on the door. Dad, what the hell? Grace opened it, still in her reception outfit but with her makeup smudged. Vivian, please don't make a scene. Your things are in the car. My things? Grace, I live here. Not anymore. She handed me a piece of paper. Your father thought it would be easier this way, less dramatic. It was an eviction notice, dated 3 weeks ago. You can't be serious. Colin and Alexandra need space to start their new life. And honestly, dear, you're 25. It's time. She closed the door. I heard the deadbolt slide into place. I sat in my car for hours, staring at the house where I'd grown up, where Mom had tucked me in every night until cancer took her when I was 12, where I'd spent my teenage years bouncing between foster homes before finally aging out and coming back to the only family I had left. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd survived the foster system, worked my arse off to stay connected to Dad and Colin, only to be discarded the moment it became convenient. Around 3 a.m, I opened the glove compartment to look for tissues. That's when I found it. A sealed envelope with my name written in Mom's handwriting. One I'd never seen before. My hands shook as I held it up to the dome light. How long had it been sitting there? I was about to tear it open when a police cruiser pulled into the driveway behind me. The officer tapped on my window with his flashlight. "Ma'am, I need you to move along. We got a call about someone loitering." I rolled down the window, still clutching Mom's letter. "This is my family's house." "I'm not loitering." "Do you live here?" The question hung in the air. Technically, as of 3 hours ago, the answer was no. "It's complicated. I'm going to need you to find somewhere else to park for the night." I drove to a 24-hour Walmart parking lot and finally opened the envelope. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost tore the letter. "My dearest Vivian, if you're reading this, something has happened to me. I pray you never have to open this, but I need you to know the truth about our house, about what I'm leaving you. Your father doesn't know I'm writing this. He thinks the cancer will pass, that we'll grow old together in the house we built, but I can feel it spreading, and I need to protect what's yours. Under the floorboards in your bedroom, beneath the loose board by the window where we used to watch for fireflies, there's a tin box. Everything you need is in there. The house was mine before I married your father. My grandmother left it to me. I never changed the deed after we married because I wanted to make sure you and Colin would inherit equally. I'm sorry I won't be there to fight for you, but promise me you'll fight for yourself. All my love, Mom." I read it 3 times before it sank in. The house was Mom's, not Dad's, not some family property he could just give away. I waited until Tuesday when I knew Colin and Alexandra would be on their honeymoon in Cabo. Grace had posted their flight details on Facebook like she always did. No sense of privacy, that woman. I parked 2 blocks away and walked to the house. The spare key was still hidden under the fake rock by the garden shed. Some things never change. The house felt different. Colder. Grace had already started redecorating, replacing Mom's family photos with generic art from Home Goods. It made my stomach turn. I crept upstairs to my old room. They'd turned it into a guest room, complete with beige everything, and a sign that said, "Blessed," in cursive font. I wanted to throw up. The floorboard by the window was still loose. I pried it up with my car key and felt around until my fingers hit metal. The tin box was exactly where Mom said it would be. Inside, old photos of Mom as a young woman, standing in front of the house with a "sold" sign. A deed dated 1987 with only her name on it, and a locket I'd never seen before with a photo of me as a baby. But there was something else. A folder labeled "Important Papers" in Mom's neat handwriting. Inside were copies of property tax records, all in her name, insurance documents, and a will dated just 2 months before she died. The will left everything to me and Colin equally, 50-50 split of the house and all assets. I photographed everything with my phone, then grabbed a few more documents from Dad's office while I was there. Recent property transfers, tax records, anything that might be useful. That's when I found the smoking gun. A deed transfer dated 18 months after Mom died, transferring the property from estate of Margaret Martin to Raymond Martin, sole owner. The signature looked like Mom's, but she'd been dead for over a year when it was supposedly signed. Even more interesting, the notary stamp was from someone whose license had expired 6 months before the document was dated. I took photos of everything and got out of there fast. Back in my car, I spread the documents across my dashboard like a detective in some crime show. The timeline was clear. Mom died. Dad waited long enough for people to forget the details, then forged a transfer to put everything in his name. Then he could gift it to Colin without anyone questioning his right to do so. My phone buzzed. A text from Colin. "Hey, sis. Hope you're settling in okay wherever you landed. Alex wants to know if you want any of your old furniture before we donate it." I stared at the message for a long time before typing back. "Keep it all. I won't be needing it." "You sure? The desk has some sentimental value, right?" The desk where I'd done homework every night, where Mom used to sit with me and help with math problems. "I'm sure." I drove to the library and used their computers to research property fraud, statute of limitations, how to prove forgery, what constitutes elder abuse if someone forges a dead person's signature. The more I read, the angrier I got, and the more hopeful. 3 hours later, I had a plan. It wasn't going to be quick, and it wasn't going to be easy, but Dad had made one crucial mistake. He'd underestimated the daughter he threw away. 2 weeks of sleeping in my car taught me things I never wanted to know, like which Walmart parking lots have security that actually patrol at night, which gas stations let you use their bathrooms without buying anything, how to make a sleeve of crackers and a can of tuna last 2 days. I was brushing my teeth in a McDonald's bathroom when the manager knocked on the door. "Ma'am, you can't camp out in here." "I'm not camping. I'm just—" "Look, I don't want to call the cops, but you've been in there 20 minutes. I gathered my toiletries and left. The morning rush was in full swing, families grabbing breakfast before school and work. Normal people living normal lives. My phone was down to 15% battery. I'd been rationing it, only using it for job applications and researching lawyers. The documents from Mom's tin box were in a manila folder on my passenger seat, growing more wrinkled each day from me pulling them out to study. I drove to the women's shelter on 5th Street. Not to stay, they had a waiting list longer than my arm, but because they had a public bathroom and sometimes let people charge their phones. A woman with kind eyes and greying hair was unlocking the front door when I pulled up. "We don't open for services until 10, she said, but not unkindly. "I just need to use the restroom. Please, I'll be quick." She studied my face, taking in the dark circles under my eyes, my unwashed hair pulled back in a messy bun. "When's the last time you had a real meal?" "I'm fine. Just need the bathroom." "I'm Penny. I run this place." She held the door open. "Come on in. Coffee's already brewing." The shelter was cleaner than I expected. Bright yellow walls covered with inspirational quotes and children's artwork. It smelled like disinfectant and fresh coffee. "Bathroom's down the hall. Take your time." When I came out, she had a cup of coffee waiting for me, along with a plate of scrambled eggs and toast. "I can't pay you for this." "Did I ask you to?" I ate like I hadn't seen food in days, which wasn't far from the truth. Penny sat across from me, sipping her coffee and not asking questions I wasn't ready to answer. "You're not using," she said finally. "What?" "Drugs. Alcohol. I can usually tell within 5 minutes. You're running from something else." "Family stuff." "The worst kind." She refilled my coffee cup. "I used to be a lawyer, before I started this place." That got my attention. "What kind of lawyer?" "Family law, mostly. Divorce, custody, estate disputes. Saw a lot of women get screwed over by men who thought they were smarter than the system." I pulled the manila folder from my purse and slid it across the table. "Hypothetically, If someone forged a dead person's signature to steal their property, what would that be called? Penny opened the folder and started reading. Her expression changed as she went through each document. This isn't hypothetical, is it? No. Jesus! She held up the forged deed transfer. This is felony fraud. Multiple felonies, actually. Who did this to you? My father. She was quiet for a long time, studying the documents. You have copies of everything? Photos on my phone. Good. Don't let these originals out of your sight. She pulled out her phone. I'm going to make a call. There's someone you need to meet. I can't afford a lawyer. Let me worry about that. She stepped outside to make her call. I finished my eggs and tried not to get my hopes up. I'd been disappointed too many times already. When she came back, she was smiling. Abigail Santiago. She runs a firm that specializes in cases like yours, pro bono work for women who've been financially abused by family members. She'll take my case. She wants to meet with you first. But Vivian? Penny sat back down. What you have here, this level of fraud, is not just about getting your house back. Your father could go to prison. The thought should have scared me. Instead, I felt something I hadn't felt in weeks. Hope. When can I meet her? This afternoon, if you're available. Which, I'm guessing you are. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. This is Abigail Santiago. Penny gave me your number. Can you be at my office at 2 p.m. today? We need to talk. What you have is bigger than you realize. I showed Penny the message. She doesn't waste time, Penny said. That's good. Time isn't on your side with something like this. What do you mean? Statute of limitations. The longer you wait, the harder it becomes to prosecute. But if what I'm seeing in these documents is accurate, your father didn't just steal from you. He committed identity theft, forgery, and fraud. Federal crimes. I stared at the documents spread across the table. 2 weeks ago, I thought I'd lost everything. Now it looked like I might be able to take everything from him. Penny, thank you. Don't thank me yet. This is going to get ugly before it gets better. Abigail's office was nothing like the stuffy law firms you see in movies. It was in a converted warehouse with exposed brick walls and plants everywhere. 3 women worked at standing desks, and I could hear someone on a conference call speaking rapid-fire Spanish in the next room. Vivian? A woman in her 30s approached me, wearing jeans and a blazer that probably cost more than my car. I'm Abigail. Thanks for coming. She led me to a conference room where a younger guy was already waiting, surrounded by stacks of papers and 2 laptops. This is Dan, my research specialist. He's been digging into your father's business records since Penny called. Dan looked up from his laptop. Your dad's been busy. Really busy. Abigail spread my documents across the table. Tell me everything. Start from the beginning. I walked them through Mom's death, the foster care years, moving back home, and the wedding night ambush. Dan took notes while Abigail studied the forged deed. This notary, she said, pointing to the stamp. Patricia Williams. Her license expired in March 2019. This document is dated September 2019. So it's definitely forged? Oh, it's forged, but that's just the beginning. Dan turned his laptop toward me. I ran your social security number through a property database search. Your father used your identity to co-sign loan documents when you were 17. That's impossible. I was in foster care. Exactly, which makes it identity theft. Abigail leaned back in her chair. How much do you know about your father's contracting business? Not much. He does home renovations, small commercial jobs. He's been using the house as collateral for business loans, multiple loans. And when I say multiple, I mean he's leveraged that property for about $2 million in debt. My stomach dropped. 2 million? Gets better, Dan said, pulling up another screen. He's been claiming you as a dependent on his taxes for the past 3 years. Getting earned income credit, child tax credits, the works. I'm 25. I haven't lived with him consistently since I was 18. Doesn't matter to the IRS if they don't know about it. Abigail stood up and started pacing. Vivian, what we're looking at here isn't just property fraud. It's a pattern of financial abuse that goes back years. Tax fraud, identity theft, forgery, possibly money laundering if he's been moving funds through shell companies. What does that mean for me? It means we're not just getting your house back. We're taking him down completely. Dan pulled up Facebook on his laptop. Your brother and his wife have been posting about their renovations. Look at this. The screen showed Alexandra's Instagram story from that morning. She was standing in what used to be Mom's kitchen, now gutted down to the studs. Demo day. Can't wait to see our vision come to life. Blessed life. Estate renovation. New beginnings. They're destroying everything, I whispered. Actually, they're creating evidence, Abigail said. Every social media post, every receipt, every contractor they hire, it all proves they knew the house wasn't legally theirs to renovate. My phone buzzed. A text from Grace. Vivian, we need to talk. Some lawyer called asking questions about property records. What have you done? I showed them the message. Don't respond yet, Abigail said. Let me guess. She's going to want to meet, try to work something out, maybe offer you some money to go away quietly. How did you know? Because I've seen this playbook 100 times. The family realizes they're in legal trouble, so they try to buy off the victim before it goes public. Dan's phone rang. He answered, listened for a moment, then covered the mouthpiece. It's the court clerk. They want to know if we're ready to file. Abigail looked at me. This is your last chance to walk away. Once we file these papers, there's no going back. Your father will know exactly what you're doing, and he'll fight dirty. What happens if we file? Emergency injunction to stop any further renovations, forensic accounting of all his business records, criminal referral to the DA's office, asset freeze on his bank accounts. She paused, and a very public court battle that will probably make the local news. Grace texted again. Please call me. We can work this out as a family. I thought about Mom's letter, about sleeping in my car, about Dad looking right through me at the wedding and saying I'd leave anyway. File it. Dan spoke into the phone. We're ready. Send the courier. Abigail sat back down. Vivian, I need you to understand something. This is going to get worse before it gets better. Your family is going to say terrible things about you. They'll try to paint you as unstable, vindictive, maybe even dangerous. Let them. They might file a restraining order, claim you're harassing them. Are they? Grace already did. This morning. She slid a paper across the table. Temporary restraining order. You can't go within 500 feet of the house or contact any of them directly. I stared at the legal document. They're scared. They should be. Dan closed his laptop. I just got confirmation. The FBI's white-collar crime unit wants to review the case file. The FBI? Your father used the Postal Service to mail fraudulent documents. That makes it federal mail fraud. Abigail smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. Vivian, meet me here tomorrow at 9 a.m. We have a lot of work to do. I walked out of that office feeling something I hadn't felt in years. Powerful. My phone buzzed with another text from Grace. This is going to destroy our family. Is that what you want? I typed back. You destroyed it first. Then I blocked her number. 3 months later, I was sitting in a sterile conference room at the county courthouse, wearing a suit Abigail had bought me for the mediation. Across the table sat my entire family with their lawyer, a nervous-looking man who kept shuffling papers and avoiding eye contact. Dad looked older, grayer. The confident man who'd handed over my inheritance like it was nothing had been replaced by someone who kept checking his phone and tapping his fingers on the table. Let's begin, said the mediator, a woman in her 50s with the patience of someone who'd seen every family drama imaginable. Ms. Martin, your legal team has presented some serious allegations. Abigail opened her briefcase. We have documented evidence of systematic fraud spanning 7 years. Forged signatures, identity theft, tax evasion, and illegal use of a minor's social security number. This is ridiculous, Colin said. Dad would never. Your father forged your mother's signature 18 months after her death. Dan interrupted, sliding a document across the table. The handwriting analysis came back yesterday. 0% match to your mother's actual signature. Grace leaned forward. Vivian, honey, we can work this out. Family doesn't sue family. Family doesn't steal from family either, I said. Dad finally spoke up. You always were ungrateful. Your mother spoiled you, made you think you deserved everything handed to you. Raymond. Their lawyer warned quietly. No, she needs to hear this. Dad's voice was getting louder. I raised you. I put a roof over your head when no one else would take you. And this is how you repay me? You put me in foster care when Mom died. Because you were out of control. Running away, getting in trouble at school. I was 12, and my mother had just died. The mediator held up her hand. Let's focus on the legal issues. Ms. Santiago, what are your client's demands? Abigail pulled out a thick folder. Full restitution of the property, including all improvements made with fraudulent funds, damages for emotional distress, and criminal prosecution for all federal crimes committed. Criminal prosecution? Alexandra spoke for the first time, her voice shaky. We didn't know anything about forged documents. We just accepted a wedding gift. A wedding gift of stolen property, Dan said, and according to your social media posts, you've spent over $200,000 on renovations, money that came from loans secured with fraudulent collateral. Colin grabbed Alexandra's hand. We'll pay it back, whatever it takes. With what money? Abigail asked. Your father's business accounts are frozen. The house is under court-ordered asset protection. And the IRS is conducting their own investigation into 7 years of fraudulent tax returns. Dad slammed his hand on the table. This is extortion. No, I said, my voice steady. This is consequences. Their lawyer whispered something to Dad, who shook his head violently. My client would like to propose a settlement, the lawyer said. Mr. Raymond is willing to transfer the property back to Ms. Vivian in exchange for dropping all criminal charges. Counter-offer, Abigail said. Full property transfer, plus $500,000 in damages, plus Mr. Raymond's public admission of fraud, plus cooperation with federal investigators, and we don't drop the criminal charges. That's insane, Grace said. Raymond doesn't have $500,000. Then he shouldn't have committed $500,000 worth of fraud. The mediator called for a recess. As everyone filed out, Colin caught my arm. Viv, please, this is destroying our family. I looked at him, really looked at him. The golden boy who'd gotten everything while I got nothing, who'd accepted a stolen house without asking a single question. You destroyed it the night you took that deed. I didn't know. You didn't want to know. There's a difference. When we reconvened, their lawyer looked defeated. My clients reject the settlement offer. Then we'll see you in court, Abigail said, standing up. Discovery starts Monday. We'll need all financial records, business documents, and personal communications from the past 7 years. As we packed up our papers, Dad stood up. You think you've won something here? You think destroying your family makes you strong? I met his eyes. I think taking back what was stolen from me makes me smart. Your mother would be ashamed of you. The words hit like a physical blow, but I didn't flinch. My mother would be proud that I fought for what she left me. Outside the courthouse, a local news crew was waiting. The reporter approached us with a microphone. Ms. Martin, can you comment on the federal fraud investigation involving your family's estate? Abigail stepped in front of me. My client has no comment at this time, but as we walked to the car, I heard the reporter's voice behind us. Sources close to the case say the fraud may total over $2 million, making this one of the largest family estate fraud cases in county history. My phone buzzed with a text from Penny. Saw the news. How are you holding up? I typed back. Better than they are. That night, I treated myself to a hotel room, a real bed, a hot shower, room service. As I was falling asleep, my phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Vivian? It's Colin. Please don't hang up. I almost did, but something in his voice stopped me. What do you want? Dad's having chest pains. He's in the hospital. I hung up on Colin and called Abigail. Don't go to the hospital, she said before I could even explain. It's either a manipulation tactic or it'll look like harassment given the restraining order. What if he's actually dying? Then he should have thought about that before committing federal crimes. The next morning, Dan called me at 6 a.m. Turn on Channel 7 News, now. I fumbled for the hotel remote. The morning anchor was standing outside the courthouse. Federal agents raided the offices of Raymond Martin Construction yesterday evening, seizing computers and financial records in connection with an ongoing fraud investigation. Sources tell us the case involves forged documents and identity theft spanning nearly a decade. The screen cut to footage of FBI agents carrying boxes out of Dad's office building. Then, a photo of our house appeared. The investigation centers around this property, allegedly stolen through forged estate documents after the owner's death in 2015. My phone started ringing. Unknown numbers, probably reporters. I let them all go to voicemail. At 9 a.m. I met Abigail and Dan at their office. The mood was different, electric, focused. The FBI found everything, Dan said, spreading printouts across the conference table. Shell companies, offshore accounts, falsified loan applications. Your father wasn't just stealing from you. He was running a sophisticated fraud operation. What does that mean? It means the federal prosecutor wants to offer you a deal, Abigail said. Full restitution, including the house and all assets. Your father pleads guilty to avoid a 20-year prison sentence. What's the catch? You have to testify at his sentencing hearing. Tell the judge how his crimes affected you. Before I could answer, Dan's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen and frowned. It's Colin. He's asking to meet with you. Absolutely not, Abigail said. The restraining order? He says he wants to surrender the house, voluntarily. Today. We met at a neutral location, a coffee shop downtown. Colin looked terrible, unshaven, wearing the same clothes from the mediation. Alexandra wasn't with him. Where's your wife? I asked. Gone. Back to her parents in Phoenix. She filed for divorce yesterday. He slid a manila envelope across the table. Quit claim deed. I'm signing the house back to you. I opened it. Legal documents transferring all rights to the property back to me, signed and notarized. Why? Because Dad lied to me, too. Colin's voice was flat. I found out yesterday that he took out a second mortgage on the house last year, used my Social Security number to do it. I'm on the hook for $300,000 I never borrowed. Jesus. The FBI showed me the loan documents, my signature, but I never signed them. He forged my name just like he forged Mom's. Abigail studied the quitclaim deed. This doesn't stop the federal case. I know, but maybe it helps. Colin looked at me. Vivian, I'm sorry. I should have asked questions. I should have wondered why Dad was giving away Mom's house. You should have. I was greedy. We both were. We saw that big house, and all we could think about was how it would look on Instagram, how impressed our friends would be. He rubbed his face. Alexandra's been posting about our estate renovation for months. Now everyone knows it was built on fraud. Where are you staying? Dad's hospital room. He's not actually dying, by the way. Panic attack, but the stress is real enough. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. This is Rebecca Chen from Channel 7 News. Would you be willing to do an on-camera interview about your family's fraud case? I showed it to Abigail, who shook her head. Not yet. Let the legal process play out first. Colin stood up. There's something else? Dad wants to see you. No. He says he has something that belongs to you, something of Mom's he never gave you. What? He won't tell me, just says you'll want it. That afternoon, against Abigail's advice, I went to the hospital. Dad was in a private room, looking smaller than I remembered. Grace was there, along with their lawyer. You came, Dad said. Colin said you have something of Mom's. He reached into the bedside table and pulled out a jewelry box I recognized from Mom's dresser. Her wedding ring, the real one, not the cheap replacement I bought after I pawned it. Inside was Mom's engagement ring, a simple solitaire I remembered her wearing every day until she got too sick to keep jewelry on. Why are you giving me this now? Because I'm going to prison, and because... He stopped, looking older than his 58 years. Because your mother made me promise to give it to you when you got married. I'm not getting married. Maybe someday you will, and when you do, you'll have something of hers with you. Grace was crying quietly in the corner. "This doesn't change anything," I said, slipping the ring onto my right hand. "You still stole from me. You still threw me away." "I know." "Then why?" He was quiet for a long time. "Because I was scared you'd leave, like she did." "Mom didn't leave. She died. Same result." I walked out without saying goodbye. 2 weeks later, the judge accepted Dad's guilty plea. 24 months in federal prison, full restitution, and permanent forfeiture of his contractor's license. The house was officially mine. I stood in the driveway of my childhood home for the first time in 6 months, holding the keys the court had given me that morning. The house looked different. Bigger, somehow, but also emptier. Colin and Alexandra's renovation had been half finished when the asset freeze hit. Exposed drywall, missing cabinet doors, a kitchen island sitting in the middle of what used to be Mom's living room. Penny pulled up behind me in her beat-up Honda. "You sure about this?" she asked, getting out of her car. "I'm sure." We walked through the front door together. The smell hit me first, sawdust and paint fumes mixed with something else. Abandonment, maybe. "It's going to need a lot of work to make it livable again," Penny said, running her hand along the torn-up hardwood floors. "That's not what I'm planning." I led her upstairs to my old bedroom. They'd started to convert it into a master suite, knocking out walls and installing a massive walk-in closet. But you could still see the window where Mom and I used to watch for fireflies. "This is where she hid my inheritance," I said, pointing to the loose floorboard. "Right here, she made sure I'd have something to fight for." "And now?" "Now I'm giving it away." Penny raised an eyebrow. "Come again." I pulled out the paperwork I'd had drawn up the week before. "I'm donating the entire property to the Women's Crisis Center. They're going to turn it into a residential facility for women escaping domestic violence." "Vivian, this house is worth over $1 million. "I know. That's why it'll help so many people." We walked back downstairs. In the kitchen, someone had left a note taped to the refrigerator. Alexandra's handwriting. "Thanks for ruining our lives. Hope you're happy now." I crumpled it up and threw it in the construction debris pile. "Are you happy?" Penny asked. "I'm something better than happy. I'm free." My phone rang. Abigail. "The paperwork went through. The donation is official. But Vivian, I have to ask one more time. Are you absolutely certain about this? You could sell this place, take the money, start over somewhere new." "I am starting over. Just not the way anyone expected." "What about the restitution money from your father's assets?" "Keeping that." "I earned it." After Penny left, I walked through the house alone. In Mom's old bedroom, I found something Colin and Alexandra had missed. A photo album wedged behind the radiator. Pictures of Mom and me baking cookies, planting flowers, reading bedtime stories. The last photo was from my 12th birthday, 2 months before she died. We were sitting on the front porch, both of us laughing at something Dad had said while taking the picture. Mom looked so young, so alive. I took the album with me. That evening, I drove to the cemetery for the first time since the funeral. Mom's headstone was simple granite with her name and dates. Someone had left fresh flowers, probably Grace, trying to ease her guilt. "I got it back, Mom," I said, sitting cross-legged on the grass. "The house, the truth, everything you wanted me to have." A jogger passed by, giving me a curious look. I didn't care. But I'm not keeping it. I hope that's okay. I think you'd understand. The wind picked up, rustling the oak tree above her grave. Dad's in prison. Colin lost everything. Grace is probably going to divorce him while he's locked up. I pulled out the photo album. I should feel bad about that, right? But I don't. I just feel done. I left the birthday photo on her headstone, weighted down with a small stone. 3 months later, I was standing on the front porch of a brownstone in Brooklyn, signing the final papers with a real estate agent. My new home, bought with Dad's restitution money and a mortgage I could actually afford. Congratulations, the agent said, handing me the keys. It's a great neighborhood, very up and coming. The house needed work. New floors, updated kitchen, fresh paint everywhere. But it was mine. Really mine. No forged documents, no family drama, no strings attached. Dan helped me move in my few belongings, mostly clothes and the legal documents that had changed my life. Abigail brought Chinese takeout and a bottle of champagne. To new beginnings, she said, raising her glass. To justice served cold, Dan added. To moving forward, I said. We ate dinner sitting on the floor of my empty living room, talking about everything except the case that had brought us together. Later that night, after they'd gone home, I sat on my front steps and called Penny. How's the new place? Perfect. Quiet. Mine. Any regrets? I looked up at the brownstone's windows, imagining how they'd look with curtains and plants and all the signs of a real life. Just one. What's that? I wish Mom could see this. Not the house, but who I became. The daughter who stayed and fought. She can see it, Penny said. Trust me on that. I pulled out my phone and took a selfie on the front steps, then opened a new email. 2. Email protected. Subject. From the daughter who stayed. Dad, this is my new address, the home I bought with the money you stole from me. Thought you should know what a daughter who stays looks like. Don't write back. Vivian. I attached the photo and hit send. Then I blocked his email address and went inside to start my new life. The ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Margaret Martin Women's Crisis Center was on a Tuesday morning in October. I stood in the back of the crowd, wearing Mom's engagement ring and watching as the mayor gave a speech about community support and second chances. This beautiful facility will provide safe housing for up to 12 women and their children, he said, gesturing to the house that used to be my prison. Thanks to an anonymous donation, we can offer comprehensive services including legal aid, job training, and childcare. The crowd applauded. Local news cameras captured everything. I stayed hidden behind a group of volunteers, not ready for that kind of attention. Penny found me after the ceremony. You should have been up there cutting that ribbon, she said. This isn't about me anymore. Like hell it isn't. You turned your trauma into something that'll help hundreds of women. A reporter approached us with a microphone. Excuse me, are you familiar with the anonymous donor? We'd love to get their story. Sorry, I said. No comment. As the crowd dispersed, I walked up to the front porch where I'd spent so many nights as a kid, waiting for Mom to get home from work. A brass plaque by the door read, "In memory of Margaret Martin, beloved mother and advocate." Vivian? I turned around. Colin was standing at the edge of the yard, looking uncertain. What are you doing here? I saw the news coverage. I figured... He gestured helplessly. I wanted to see what you did with the place. He looked different. Thinner. older. The golden boy shine was completely gone. Where are you living now? Apartment across town, 1 bedroom. I'm working at a hardware store. He laughed bitterly. Minimum wage. Turns out a business degree doesn't mean much when your last job reference is a federal fraud case. And Dad? Still in prison. He writes me letters sometimes. I don't read them. We stood there awkwardly, 2 strangers who used to share a childhood. I'm sorry, Colin said finally. For all of it. For taking the house, for not asking questions, for letting him treat you like you didn't matter. I know. Do you forgive me? I looked at the house behind him, already bustling with activity as staff prepared for the first residents. I don't forgive you, Colin, but I don't hate you either. I just don't think about you anymore. He nodded like he'd expected that answer. For what it's worth, what you did here, turning it into something good. Mom would have loved it. Yeah. She would have. He started to walk away, then turned back. Are you happy, Viv? I'm free. That's better than happy. That evening, I was painting my kitchen when my phone rang. Unknown number, but I answered anyway. Ms. Martin, this is Jessica Torres from Netflix Documentary Films. We're interested in optioning your story for a limited series about family fraud and financial abuse. How did you get this number? Your attorney, Abigail Santiago, gave us your contact information. She said you might be interested in telling your story on a larger platform. I set down my paintbrush. What kind of story? The kind that shows other women they don't have to accept being thrown away by their families. The kind that proves the legal system can work when you know how to use it. I'll think about it. There would be compensation, of course, potentially significant compensation. I said I'll think about it. I hung up and called Abigail. Netflix, really? Your story is powerful, Vivian. It could help a lot of people. Or it could turn my trauma into entertainment. That's your call. But think about it. How many women are out there right now, getting screwed over by family members who think they can get away with it because they're women? How many could use a roadmap for fighting back? She had a point. The next morning, I drove to the cemetery. Mom's grave looked different in the fall light, surrounded by orange and red leaves. I'd brought the newspaper clipping about the crisis center opening. Look what we built, Mom, I said, placing the article next to her headstone. Your house is helping people now. Real people with real problems, just like we had. A groundskeeper was working nearby, raking leaves. He nodded politely and kept working. I got a call about telling our story. Making it into something bigger. I sat down on the grass. I think you'd want me to do it. You always said I had a voice worth hearing. The wind picked up, scattering leaves across the cemetery. I stayed, Mom. I stayed longer than they ever deserved me to. And it was enough. I stood up, brushing dirt off my jeans. As I walked back to my car, I pulled out my phone and called Jessica Torres. This is Vivian Martin. About that documentary. Let's talk. Because some stories are too important to keep to yourself. Some fights are worth sharing, and sometimes the daughter who was supposed to leave anyway becomes the one who changes everything. I drove home to my brownstone, to my life, to my future. Behind me the leaves kept falling, covering the past with something new.
The first time I saw my sister flinch at her own fiancé's touch, I knew something was wrong. But nobody else seemed to notice, or maybe they just didn't want to. My name is Sierra, and I've always been the family skeptic. At 34, I've learned to trust my gut, especially after my own marriage imploded 3 years ago. So when my 24-year-old sister Tessa announced her engagement to Sean Freeman after dating him for only 6 months, every alarm bell in my head started ringing. "Isn't he just perfect?" Mum gushed, clutching her pearls as she watched Sean help Tessa into his pristine BMW. "A successful business consultant, goes to church every Sunday, comes from such a good family." I watched from the kitchen window as Sean's hand lingered on Tessa's lower back. She went rigid. Just for a second, but I saw it. "He seems intense," I said carefully. Mum shot me a look that could freeze hell. "Sierra, don't start. Your sister finally found a good man. Don't ruin this for her because you're bitter about your own failed marriage." That stung, but I bit my tongue. Mum had this way of weaponizing my divorce whenever I questioned anything, like being abandoned by my cheating ex-husband somehow disqualified me from having opinions about relationships. The engagement party was 2 weeks later at our church. I arrived fashionably late, hoping to avoid the pre-party small talk, but walked straight into a wall of forced cheer. Tessa stood beside Sean in a flowing maxi dress despite the July heat, her smile bright but somehow hollow. "Sierra!" She rushed over and hugged me, but even through the fabric I could feel how thin she'd gotten. "I'm so glad you're here. Wouldn't miss it." I studied her face, dark circles under carefully applied concealer. "You look tired, honey. Wedding planning keeping you up?" "Oh, you know how it is." She laughed, but it sounded brittle. "Sean likes everything perfect. We've been working on the guest list until midnight most nights." Sean appeared beside us like he'd materialised from thin air. "Sierra, great to see you." His smile was magazine perfect, but his eyes were cold. "Tessa was just telling me how excited you are about the wedding." "Thrilled," I said flatly. His grip on Tessa's shoulder tightened slightly. She winced. "Well, we should mingle," he said. "Come on, babe." As they walked away, I noticed Tessa stumble slightly. Sean's hand shot out to steady her, but the gesture looked more controlling than caring. The party dragged on with the usual church crowd making the usual small talk. I found myself watching Sean work the room like a politician. He had this way of making everyone feel special, like they were the most important person in the world. Classic manipulation technique, but it was working. Even Pastor Vince was eating out of his palm. "He's wonderful with her," said Teresa, one of Mum's church friends. "So attentive, always has his hand on her, making sure she's okay." "Yeah," I thought, "that's exactly the problem." I cornered Tessa by the dessert table. "Hey, can we talk for a minute?" She glanced around nervously. "What about?" "About you. You seem different lately." "Different how?" Her voice pitched higher. "Jumpy, quiet. You're wearing long sleeves in 90-degree weather." Tessa's hands flew to her sleeves, tugging them down. "I just get cold in the air conditioning." "Tess! Sierra!" Sean appeared again, his timing impeccable. "Mind if I steal my fiancé back? There are some people I want her to meet." He didn't wait for an answer, just took Tessa's arm and guided her away, but not before I saw her mouth sorry over her shoulder. The next morning, Mum called me in a panic. "Sierra, I need your help. I'm hosting the bridal brunch planning committee this afternoon, and my speaker system is acting up. Can you bring your laptop and set up some music?" "Sure, but wouldn't Tessa's iPad work better? It has all her playlists." "Perfect. She left it here last night. You're so good with technology." An hour later, I was sitting in Mum's living room, surrounded by church ladies debating centrepiece colours, trying to connect Tessa's iPad to the Bluetooth speaker. The device kept asking for her passcode, so I tried the obvious ones: her birthday, Sean's birthday, their anniversary. Nothing worked. Then I remembered her old standby, our childhood dog's name plus her graduation year. Bingo. The iPad unlocked and I started looking for her music app. But something else caught my eye first. In her email drafts folder, there was an unsent message with a subject line that made my blood run cold. If anything happens to me? My hand started shaking as I stared at the screen. Around me, the church ladies kept chattering about flowers and favours, completely oblivious to the bomb I'd just discovered. I glanced toward the kitchen where Mum was making coffee, then back at the iPad. Every instinct screamed at me to open that email, but another part of me, the part that had learned to mind my own business the hard way, hesitated. But this was Tessa, my baby sister. I tapped the draft. The email opened, and my world tilted sideways. The message was addressed to no one, just a desperate stream of consciousness that started with, "I don't know who to tell," and got worse from there. But it wasn't the words that made me drop the iPad. It was the attachments, photos, dozens of them, bruises on Tessa's ribs, purple and yellow like rotten fruit, a split lip she covered with concealer, fingerprint marks on her upper arms. Each image was time-stamped, going back 4 months. "Sierra, how's that music coming along?" Mum called from the kitchen. "Almost got it," I managed, my voice cracking. I scrolled down with trembling fingers. There was a scanned bank statement showing an $80,000 transfer from Tessa's savings account to something called Freeman Consulting LLC. Below that, diary entries in Tessa's handwriting. March 15th. It happened again. He said I embarrassed him at dinner by ordering the wrong wine. Says I need to learn to think before I speak. April 3rd. He needs the money for a business opportunity. Says it's temporary. I want to believe him. April 20th. Wore makeup to cover the bruise on my jaw. Mum complimented how glowing I look lately. The living room felt like it was spinning. Around me, Teresa was debating the merits of peonies versus roses, while my sister was being systematically destroyed by the man everyone thought was perfect. I took screenshots with my phone, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. Then I closed the email and somehow managed to get music playing through the speakers. "There we go," I announced, forcing a smile. "All set." The meeting dragged on for another hour. I sat there nodding and smiling while inside I was screaming. When the last church lady finally left, I cornered Mum in the kitchen. "I need to borrow Tessa's iPad for a few days." "For the wedding slideshow?" "Of course, honey. You're so thoughtful to help with all this." I drove straight to Tessa's apartment, the iPad burning a hole in my passenger seat. She answered the door in yoga pants and an oversized hoodie, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her. "Sierra, what are you doing here?" "We need to talk." I pushed past her into the apartment. "Where's Sean?" "At work. Why?" Her voice was wary. I set the iPad on her coffee table and opened the email draft. "Want to explain this?" The colour drained from her face. She sank onto the couch like her legs had given out. "You weren't supposed to see that." "Tessa, what the hell is going on? These photos—" "It's not what it looks like." The words came out in a rush. "Sean's under a lot of stress with the business. He doesn't mean to." "Doesn't mean to what? Beat you? Steal your money?" She flinched like I'd slapped her. "He didn't steal anything. I gave him that money." "It's an investment." "An investment in what? Making you disappear?" "Stop!" Tears started streaming down her face. "You don't understand. He loves me. He's just intense sometimes." I sat beside her, fighting every instinct to shake some sense into her. "Honey, love doesn't leave bruises. Love doesn't empty your bank account." "He said he'd pay me back after the wedding. His uncle is investing in the business and—" "Tessa, listen to yourself. You're making excuses for someone who's hurting you." She stood up abruptly, pacing to the window. "You wouldn't understand. You've never had someone fight for you the way Sean fights for us." "Fight for you? Is that what he calls it when he hits you?" "He doesn't hit me." The denial came out sharp and desperate. "He just— sometimes when I do something wrong, he gets frustrated. It's my fault for not listening better. My heart broke watching her defend him. Tessa, nothing you could do would justify this. Nothing. She turned to face me, and I saw the fear in her eyes. Raw, bone-deep terror. Even if that were true, it's too late now. The wedding's in 3 weeks. Everyone's coming. Mum's so happy. I can't just... You can. We'll figure it out together. No. She shook her head violently. You don't know what he's capable of. If I leave him now, he'll destroy me. He has photos, recordings of things I said when I was upset. He'll make sure everyone knows what a mess I am. Before I could respond, we heard a key in the lock. Tessa's face went white. He's not supposed to be home yet, she whispered. Sean walked in, all smiles, until he saw me. His expression shifted so quickly it was like watching a mask slip. Sierra, what a surprise. Tessa didn't mention you were coming by. Just sister stuff, I said, standing up. Wedding planning. His eyes flicked to the iPad on the coffee table, then back to me. How nice. Tessa's so lucky to have such a involved sister. The way he said involved made my skin crawl. Well, I should go. I grabbed the iPad. Tessa, think about what we discussed. Sean's hand found Tessa's shoulder, his fingers digging in just slightly. She didn't flinch this time, but I saw her jaw tighten. What did you discuss? He asked pleasantly. Flower arrangements, Tessa said quickly. Is Sierra's helping with the decorations? How thoughtful. His smile never wavered, but his eyes were ice cold. Drive safe, Sierra. These roads can be dangerous. As I walked to my car, I heard him close the door behind me. Through the thin walls, I caught fragments of conversation, his voice low and controlled, hers high and apologetic. I sat in my car for a long moment, staring at the iPad in my hands. Then I noticed something I'd missed before. Another folder buried deep in her files. It was labelled, For Willow, if I disappear. I stared at the folder name until my eyes burned. Willow Holland, Tessa's best friend from high school. They'd had some kind of falling out 2 years ago, something Mum had brushed off as girls being dramatic. But if Tessa was planning to leave evidence for Willow, maybe their friendship wasn't as dead as everyone thought. Finding Willow's number took some social media stalking, but I finally tracked her down working at a veterinary clinic across town. I called during my lunch break. Willow, this is Sierra, Tessa's sister. Long pause. Oh, hi, is everything okay? Can we meet? It's about Tessa. Another pause. I don't really talk to Tessa anymore. I know, but I think she needs you. We both do. She agreed to meet at a coffee shop after her shift. I got there early and claimed a corner table, the iPad hidden in my bag like contraband. Willow walked in 20 minutes later, still in scrubs, looking wary. Thanks for coming, I said as she sat down. What's this about, Sierra? Because if Tessa sent you to apologise for her, I'm not interested. She didn't send me. She doesn't even know I'm here. I leaned forward. When did you last see her? At the grocery store, maybe 6 months ago. She pretended not to see me. Willow's voice was bitter. Look, I get that she chose Sean over our friendship, but... What do you mean chose Sean? Willow blinked. She didn't tell you. Sean didn't want her hanging around with me. Said I was a bad influence, so she cut me off completely. My stomach dropped. When did this happen? Right after they started dating. She called me crying one night, said Sean thought our friendship was unhealthy because I encouraged her to be too independent. Willow made air quotes. Next thing I know, she's blocking my number. Did you ever see anything concerning about their relationship? Willow's expression shifted. Why are you asking? I pulled out my phone and showed her one of the screenshots, Tessa's bruised ribs. Willow gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Oh my God! When was this taken? 4 months ago. There are more. I knew it. Willow's voice cracked. I saw bruises on her arms once when we ran into each other at the store. She said she fell off her bike, but she hasn't ridden a bike since we were kids. Why didn't you say anything? To who? Your mum? She made it clear I wasn't welcome in Tessa's life anymore. Said I was jealous of Sean and trying to cause problems. The pieces were clicking together. Sean had systematically isolated Tessa from anyone who might question his behaviour, and Mum had helped him do it. There's something else, I said, pulling up the folder on the iPad. She has files labelled for you, like she was planning to send you evidence. Willow's eyes filled with tears. Show me. The folder contained more photos, but also audio recordings. Willow and I huddled over the iPad, listening to Sean's voice through the tinny speakers. You're so stupid sometimes, Tessa. How do you expect me to take you seriously when you can't even balance a checkbook? Don't cry. You know I hate it when you cry. It's manipulative. Your sister thinks she's so smart, but look how her marriage turned out. You want to end up like her? Alone and bitter? Willow was crying openly now. This is my fault. I should have fought harder for her. This isn't your fault. It's his. I closed the iPad. But I need your help. I'm going to stop this wedding. How? I don't know yet, but first I need to know more about Sean. His business, his background, anything that might help. Willow wiped her eyes. I can help with that. My cousin works at the courthouse. She might be able to pull records. We spent the next hour planning. Willow would dig into Sean's background while I tried to find more evidence of financial fraud. We exchanged numbers and agreed to meet again in 2 days. I was walking to my car when my phone rang. Mom. Sierra, we need to talk. Come over, now. Her tone made my blood run cold. What's wrong? Just come over. I found Mom pacing in her living room, her face flushed with anger. Sean sat on the couch, looking perfectly composed, except for the muscle ticking in his jaw. Sit down, Mum ordered. I'll stand. Sean tells me you've been asking inappropriate questions about his business. And apparently you took Tessa's iPad without permission. I looked at Sean. Tessa gave me permission. Did she? Sean's voice was silk over steel. Because she seemed pretty upset when she realised it was missing. Thought someone had stolen it. I borrowed it for the wedding slideshow. Right, Sean stood up. The thing is, Sierra, that iPad contains some very personal information, private conversations between Tessa and me. I'd hate for someone to misinterpret things taken out of context. The threat was clear. He knew I'd seen everything. I don't know what you're talking about, I said. Mum stepped between us. Sierra, I'm disappointed in you. Sean is going to be part of this family, and you're treating him like a criminal. Maybe because... Because what? Because you can't stand to see your sister happy? Mum's voice rose. You need to apologise to Sean right now, and you need to promise to stop this nonsense. I looked at Sean's smug face, then at my mother's expectant expression. I'm not apologising for caring about my sister. Then you're not welcome at the wedding, Mum said flatly. The words hit like a physical blow. You're uninviting me. I'm giving you a choice. Apologise and act like a civilised adult or stay away. Sean put his hand on Mum's shoulder. Maeve, that's not necessary. Sierra's just protective. I respect that. He looked at me. Family is everything, right, Sierra? We should all want what's best for Tessa. And what's best for Tessa is marrying you. His smile never wavered. I think Tessa can decide that for herself. She's a grown woman. I wanted to scream that grown women don't hide bruises and plan escape routes. Instead, I headed for the door. Where are you going? Mom called. To find out what's really best for my sister. As I reached my car, Sean appeared beside me. I hadn't heard him follow. You know, Sierra, divorce can be really hard on a person. Makes them paranoid, suspicious of everyone else's happiness. His voice was conversational, but his eyes were dead. I'd hate to see you embarrass yourself by making wild accusations you can't prove. Is that a threat? It's friendly advice. From someone who cares about family harmony. He walked back toward the house, whistling softly. I sat in my car, hands shaking, and called Willow. "Change of plans," I said when she answered. "We need to move faster." "What happened?" "Sean knows I'm on to him, and my mum just chose him over me." "Sierra, maybe we should—" "No, I'm not backing down. If they want a war, they'll get one." Willow called me the next morning, her voice tight with excitement and fear. "I found Sean's brother, Lucas. He works at Murphy's auto shop on 5th Street. "Sean has a brother?" "Had. They're estranged. My cousin said there was some kind of family blowout 3 years ago. Lucas moved here from Portland right after." I was already grabbing my keys. "I'm going there now." Murphy's auto shop smelled like motor oil and old coffee. I found Lucas under the hood of a pickup truck, his hands black with grease. He was bigger than Sean, broader through the shoulders, with the same dark hair but none of the polished charm. "Lucas?" He looked up, and I saw Sean's eyes in a completely different face. Where Sean's were calculating, Lucas's were tired. "Yeah?" "I'm Sierra. My sister is engaged to your brother." His expression hardened immediately. "Congratulations." "I need to talk to you about Sean." Lucas straightened up, wiping his hands on a rag. "Lady, I don't talk about my family." "Even if someone's in danger?" That stopped him. He studied my face for a long moment, then glanced around the shop. "Jimmy, I'm taking 15. He led me outside to a picnic table behind the building. "What kind of danger?" I showed him the photos on my phone, his jaw clenched tighter with each image. "Shit." He ran a hand through his hair. "How long has this been going on?" "At least 4 months that I can prove." "Maybe longer." "And your family knows?" "My mum thinks I'm jealous and making trouble. She chose Sean over me." Lucas laughed bitterly. "Yeah, that sounds familiar. Sean's always been good at making people choose sides." "What happened between you two?" He was quiet for so long I thought he wouldn't answer. Then, "There was a girl in Portland. Emma. Sweet kid, worked at a coffee shop near Sean's office. He dated her for about a year. What happened to her? She ended up in the hospital with a broken wrist and 3 cracked ribs, said she fell down the stairs." Lucas's voice was flat, but I saw the finger-shaped bruises on her throat. My stomach lurched. "Did you report it?" "Tried to, but Sean had an alibi. Dinner with our uncle, the one with all the money and political connections. Emma suddenly decided not to press charges. Got a nice settlement check and moved to Seattle. Your uncle paid her off." "Uncle Richard doesn't like family scandals. Bad for business." Lucas's voice dripped disgust. "Sean walked away clean, and I got cut off for betraying family loyalty." "So you moved here?" "Figured I'd never see him again. Then I heard through the grapevine he was engaged." Lucas looked at me. "Your sister seems nice. Quiet." She wasn't always quiet. We sat in silence for a moment. Then Lucas said, "You planning to stop this wedding?" "I'm trying, but I need more than photos and stories. I need something that'll make people listen." "What about his business, Freeman Consulting?" "What about it?" "It's bullshit. Sean's never consulted on anything in his life. It's just a way to launder money from Uncle Richard's real estate deals." My pulse quickened. "Can you prove that?" "Maybe. I still have some contacts in Portland." He pulled out his phone. "Give me your number. I'll see what I can dig up." That afternoon, I drove to Tessa's apartment again. This time I came prepared. I'd bought coffee and pastries from her favourite bakery, hoping to seem less threatening. She answered the door looking hollow-eyed and jumpy. "Sierra, what are you doing here?" "Brought you lunch. Can I come in?" She hesitated, then stepped aside. The apartment was immaculate, like a showroom. No personal touches, no clutter. It didn't look like Tessa at all. "Sean likes things tidy," she said, noticing my expression. I set the pastries on the kitchen counter and noticed a pill bottle tucked behind the coffee maker. Anxiety medication, prescribed just last month. "How are you sleeping?" I asked casually. "Fine. Why?" "You look tired." "Wedding planning is stressful." She picked at a croissant without eating it. "Sean wants everything perfect." "What does Sean want that you don't want?" The question hung in the air. Tessa's hands started shaking. "I don't know what you mean. The guest list, the venue, the dress, what would you choose if it was just up to you?" "It is up to me." But her voice was barely a whisper. I sat beside her on the couch. "Tess, I talked to Willow." She went rigid. "What did you tell her?" "The truth, that you're in trouble and need help." "I'm not in trouble." The denial was automatic, but tears started flowing. "I'm getting married in 2 weeks. I should be happy." "Should be." "But are you?" She broke down completely then, sobbing into her hands. "I can't do this anymore, Sierra. I'm so tired, but it's too late to stop it." "It's never too late." "You don't understand. He has videos of me saying terrible things about Mom, about you. He recorded me when I was upset, when I wasn't thinking clearly. If I leave him, he'll destroy our whole family." "What kind of things?" "Things I said when I was angry. About how Mum always favoured you, how I felt invisible growing up, about your divorce, how I thought you were weak for staying with Jake so long." She looked at me with devastated eyes. "He'll send them to everyone we know." My heart broke for her, but also for myself. Even manipulated and terrified, those words had come from somewhere real. "Tessa, even if he does that, it's just words. Words can't hurt you like he's hurting you. You don't know him like I do." "He doesn't just hurt me, he destroys things, people. He made Emma disappear." "Who's Emma?" Her face went white. I wasn't supposed to know about her, but I found old photos on his phone. A girl from Portland. When I asked about her, he said she was a mistake that got corrected. "Tessa, we need to call the police." "With what proof? He's never hit me where anyone can see. The money transfers look legitimate." "And he has those recordings of me." Before I could respond, we heard a key in the lock. Tessa's whole body went tense. "He's early," she whispered, frantically wiping her eyes. Sean walked in carrying flowers and wearing his perfect smile, but his eyes went straight to me, then to Tessa's tear-stained face. "Well, this looks cosy, sister bonding time." "Sierra brought pastries," Tessa said quickly. "How thoughtful." He set the flowers on the counter and moved to stand behind Tessa, his hands on her shoulders. "But didn't we talk about having visitors over without checking first?" "I'm sorry, I forgot." "It's okay, babe. I'm not mad." But his fingers dug into her shoulders. "Sierra, always a pleasure, but Tessa and I have wedding errands to run." I stood up slowly. "Of course. Tessa, think about what we discussed." Sean's smile never wavered. "What did you discuss?" "Bridesmaid duties," I lied. "Right. Well, drive safe, Sierra. You know how dangerous these roads can be." As I walked to my car, my phone buzzed. Text from Lucas. "Found something. Meet me tonight. Murphy's. 8 p.m. I looked back at Tessa's apartment. Through the window I could see Sean talking to her, his hands gesturing emphatically while she nodded like a broken doll. Not for much longer, I promised silently. One way or another, I was going to save my sister. Even if it meant destroying everything else in the process. Lucas was waiting for me in the empty auto shop, a manila folder spread across the workbench. Under the fluorescent lights, he looked grim. "You're not going to like this," he said without preamble. I approached the bench. The folder contained bank statements, business registration documents, and what looked like police reports. "Freeman Consulting is a shell company," Lucas said. "All the money flows through it, but there's no actual business. Sean's been using it to clean money from Uncle Richard's questionable real estate deals." "Questionable how?" "Buying properties with cash, flipping them fast, inflating values, classic money laundering." He pointed to a bank statement. Look at these deposits, 50,000 here, 80,000 there, all from different LLCs that trace back to Uncle Richard. I studied the numbers. This is the 80,000 from Tessa's account. Yeah, and it's not the first time he's done this. Emma's savings account was cleaned out too, right before she left Portland. My hands clenched into fists. What about the police reports? 3 different women in Portland filed complaints against Sean over the past 5 years, all dropped the charges after receiving settlement money. Lucas's voice was bitter. Uncle Richard's very good at making problems disappear. Can we use this? Maybe, but you need to be careful. These people don't mess around. I photographed every document, my hands shaking with adrenaline and rage. How did you get all this? I still have friends in Portland, people who remember Emma. He closed the folder. Sierra, if you're really going to do this, you need to be smart about it. Sean's not just abusive, he's connected. I don't care. I'm not letting him destroy my sister. Lucas studied my face. You remind me of myself 3 years ago, angry and righteous and completely outgunned. What would you do differently? Hit him where it hurts most, his reputation. These church people, they care about appearances, right? Make it impossible for them to ignore what he is. I drove home with my mind racing. Back in my apartment, I spread everything out on my dining table. Photos, bank statements, audio recordings, police reports. It looked like evidence for a federal case. But Lucas was right. I needed to be strategic. I opened my laptop and started typing. Not a police report or a legal document, but something more powerful in our small town. A detailed email with every piece of evidence attached. The recipient list took careful thought, past events obviously. Teresa and the other church committee members organising the wedding, Sean's business contacts whose emails I'd found in his LinkedIn profile, local reporters, even the mayor who'd been photographed with Sean at a charity event last month. But the most important recipient would be Tessa herself. I crafted 2 separate messages. The first was clinical, factual, subject, urgent information regarding Sean Freeman. To whom it may concern, I am writing to share information about Sean Freeman that I believe is relevant to his standing in our community. Attached, you will find documented evidence of domestic violence, financial fraud, and a pattern of abuse spanning multiple relationships. The second message was for Tessa. My dearest sister, by the time you read this, everyone will know the truth about Sean. I know you're scared, and I know you think it's too late to change course, but it's never too late to save yourself. I've attached a USB drive to your bouquet with all the evidence. If you want out, just say the word. I'll be waiting in the parking lot with the car running. I love you more than you know. Sierra. I scheduled both emails to send at 11:55 a.m. on Saturday, 5 minutes before the ceremony was supposed to start. Then I created backup copies and saved everything to multiple USB drives. My phone rang. Mum. Sierra, I need to know if you're coming to the rehearsal dinner tomorrow night. Am I still invited? Sean insisted you be included. He says family is important and he doesn't want hard feelings. That made my skin crawl. How generous of him. Don't be sarcastic. He's trying to make peace. And what does Tessa want? Long pause. Tessa wants everyone to get along. That's not what I asked. Sierra, please, just come tomorrow night and be civil, for your sister's sake. I agreed, but only because I wanted one more chance to see Tessa before everything exploded. The rehearsal dinner was held at the country club, all white tablecloths and fake smiles. I arrived fashionably late and found my assigned seat as far from the head table as possible. Sean gave a speech about family and love and new beginnings. Everyone applauded. Tessa sat beside him like a beautiful ghost, smiling on cue but saying nothing. During the cocktail hour, I cornered her by the dessert table. How are you holding up? I'm fine. Her voice was flat. Tomorrow's going to be perfect. Tessa, if you could go anywhere in the world right now, where would you go? She looked at me with confusion. What kind of question is that? Just answer it. I don't know. I used to want to see Ireland. The countryside. You still could? Sierra, I'm getting married tomorrow. I can't just run off to Ireland. Why not? Before she could answer, Sean appeared. Ladies, what are we discussing? Travel, I said. Tessa was telling me about her dream honeymoon destination. We're going to Cabo, Sean said, his arm sliding around Tessa's waist. I've already booked everything. But Tessa wants to see Ireland. Sean's smile tightened. Tessa loves the beach. Don't you, babe? She nodded automatically. I love the beach. See, we know what's best for us. Sean's grip on her waist tightened. Sierra, your mum mentioned you might have some concerns about tomorrow. Want to talk about it? No concerns, just excited for my sister's big day. Good, because it would be a shame if anything disrupted such a special occasion. The threat was clear. I excused myself and went to the bathroom, where I found Willow waiting by the sinks. What are you doing here? I whispered. Teresa invited me, said they needed extra help with setup. Willow looked around nervously. Did you see how thin Tessa looks? She's disappearing right in front of everyone. Not for much longer. Sierra, what are you planning? I pulled out my phone and showed her the scheduled email. Tomorrow at 5 minutes to noon, everyone's going to know exactly who Sean Freeman really is. Willow's eyes widened. Jesus! Are you sure about this? I've never been more sure of anything in my life. What if it backfires? What if he hurts her worse? Then at least she'll know she's not alone anymore. We heard footsteps in the hallway. Willow grabbed my arm. Sierra, be careful. Men like Sean don't go down quietly. I'm counting on it. The next morning I woke up with my heart pounding. In 3 hours I would either save my sister or destroy what was left of our family. Maybe both. I got dressed carefully, not wedding guest attire, but something I could run in if necessary. Then I drove to the church and sat in my car, watching the early arrivals bustle around with flowers and decorations. At 11:50 I refreshed my email. The messages were queued and ready. At 11:54 I saw Tessa's bridal party arrive. At 11:55 I hit send. Then I waited for the world to explode. For 30 seconds nothing happened. The church parking lot remained peaceful, wedding guests still streaming in wearing their Sunday best. I started to panic. What if the emails hadn't gone through? What if I'd messed up the scheduling? Then Pastor Vince's phone buzzed. I watched through the church windows as he pulled it out, glanced at the screen and went completely still. His face drained of colour. Teresa was arranging flowers near the altar when her phone chimed. She looked down, gasped, and dropped an entire bouquet. White roses scattered across the floor. One by one, phones started buzzing throughout the church. The sound was like a swarm of angry bees. I watched people's faces change as they read. Confusion, shock, horror. Some immediately started whispering to their neighbours. Others just stared at their screens in disbelief. I got out of my car and walked toward the church, my heart hammering against my ribs. Through the side door, I could see chaos beginning to unfold. Pastor Vince was frantically trying to reach someone on his phone, while Teresa gathered the other committee ladies in a tight huddle. Sierra! I turned to see Mum rushing across the parking lot, her face twisted with rage. What have you done? What needed to be done? You've ruined everything. Your sister's wedding day. Destroyed. She was practically screaming. How could you be so vindictive? Mom, did you read the email? Did you look at the photos? I don't care what lies you fabricated. Sean is a good man, and I'm just what? Jealous? Bitter? When are you going to stop making excuses and look at what's right in front of you? Before Mum could answer, we heard shouting from inside the church. Through the windows I could see Sean in his tuxedo, gesticulating wildly at Pastor Vince. Even from a distance his fury was palpable. Where is she? Mum demanded. Where's Tessa? I didn't answer. I was already moving toward the bridal suite in the church basement where Tessa would be getting ready. Mum followed, her heels clicking angrily on the pavement. The basement was eerily quiet compared to the chaos upstairs. I found the bridal suite and knocked softly. "Tessa, it's Sierra." No answer. I tried the handle. Locked. "Tessa, please open the door." "Go away." Her voice was muffled like she was crying. "Honey, I need to talk to you." "I can't." "I can't do this." Mum pushed past me and pounded on the door. "Tessa, open this door right now. We need to fix this mess your sister created." "There's nothing to fix," I said. "It's over, Mum. Everyone knows the truth now." "The truth?" Mum whirled on me. "The truth is, you've destroyed your sister's happiness because you can't stand to see her succeed where you failed." The door opened. Tessa stood there in her wedding dress, makeup streaked down her face, holding my USB drive. "Is it real?" she whispered. "All of it?" I nodded. "Every piece." She looked at Mum, then back at me. "The police reports from Portland, the other women. Emma." "You knew about Emma?" "I found photos. When I asked Sean about her, he said she was crazy, that she made up stories to get money from his family." Tessa's voice broke. "But she looked just like me. Same hair, same build, same scared expression in every picture." Mum stepped forward. "Tessa, whatever Sierra showed you, we can work through this. Sean loves you. People make mistakes." "Mistakes?" Tessa's voice rose. "Mum, he broke my ribs. He emptied my bank account. He records me when I'm upset so he can use it against me later." "That's not—" "It is." Tessa pulled up her sleeve, revealing fresh bruises on her forearm. "This is from yesterday when I asked if we could postpone the honeymoon. He said I was being ungrateful." Mum stared at the bruises, her face cycling through emotions, denial, shock, something that might have been recognition. "Why didn't you tell me?" Mum's voice was barely a whisper. "I tried. Remember when I came to you crying 3 months ago? You said I was being dramatic, that all couples have adjustments." I thought, "You thought what was easier to believe? That your daughter was being dramatic instead of being beaten?" Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway. Sean appeared, still in his tuxedo but dishevelled now, his perfect hair mussed. Behind him was a man I didn't recognise. Older, expensive suit, the kind of face that belonged in boardrooms and country clubs. "Uncle Richard," Tessa whispered. So this was the money behind Sean's operation. He looked at the scene, Tessa in her wedding dress, me with my phone out, Mum wringing her hands, and his expression was coldly calculating. "We have a problem," he said simply. "It's handled," Sean said, but his voice was tight. "Just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding that's been sent to half the town?" Uncle Richard pulled out his phone. "I've got 17 missed calls from business associates. The mayor wants to meet with me Monday morning." Sean's mask was finally slipping. "It's all lies. Sierra's just bitter about her divorce." "Are the bank records lies?" I interrupted. "The police reports? The photos of what you did to my sister?" Uncle Richard studied me with the kind of attention that made my skin crawl. "You're the sister." "I'm the sister who's not afraid of you." He almost smiled. "Everyone should be afraid of something, Miss Bond." "Is that a threat?" "It's a fact." Tessa stepped between us, and for the first time in months she looked like my sister again, spine straight, chin up. "Get out," she said quietly. Sean blinked. "Babe, you don't mean—" "Get out of this church. Get out of my life. Get out before I call the police myself." "Tessa, you're upset." "You're not thinking clearly." "I'm thinking clearly for the first time in months." She pulled off her engagement ring and threw it at his feet. "We're done." Sean's composure cracked completely. "You ungrateful bitch. After everything I've done for you, everything I've given you." "You've given me nothing but bruises and nightmares." He took a step toward her, his hand raised, and I moved without thinking. but someone else was faster. Lucas appeared in the doorway like a shadow, his presence filling the small space. He didn't say anything, just looked at his brother with flat, dangerous eyes. Sean's hand dropped. "Lucas, what are you doing here?" "Making sure you don't do anything else stupid." Uncle Richard straightened his tie. "Sean, we're leaving. Now." "But now." As they walked away, Sean turned back one last time. "This isn't over, Tessa." "You'll regret this." "The only thing I regret," Tessa called after him, "is not listening to my sister sooner." The basement fell silent except for the distant sound of chaos upstairs, guests leaving, cars starting, a wedding that would never happen. Tessa sank onto a chair, still in her wedding dress, and started to laugh. It was a broken sound, but it was real. "I'm free," she whispered. "I'm actually free." The laughter died as quickly as it had started. Tessa looked down at her wedding dress, thousands of dollars of silk and lace that would never see an altar. "What do I do now?" she whispered. "Now you get out of that dress and we get you somewhere safe," I said. Mum had been silent through the entire confrontation, but now she stepped forward. "Tessa, honey, maybe we should think about this. Sean was angry, but people say things they don't mean when they're upset." "Mum, stop!" Tessa's voice was firm. "Just stop. I can't do this anymore. I can't pretend everything's fine when it's not." "But the wedding—" "There is no wedding." Tessa stood up, the dress rustling around her. "There never should have been a wedding." Lucas cleared his throat. "Ladies, I don't want to interrupt, but we should probably get moving. Sean's unpredictable when he's cornered, and Uncle Richard doesn't like loose ends." "What does that mean?" Mum asked. "It means they're going to try to control the narrative. Discredit Sierra, maybe claim Tessa had a breakdown." Lucas looked at me. "You need to be prepared for them to come after you. Let them try." "Sierra." Tessa grabbed my arm. "I need to get my things from the apartment. My documents, my photos, everything. We'll go together." "I'm coming too," Mum said quietly. We both stared at her. "Mum, I said I'm coming." Her voice was stronger now. "I failed you once, Tessa. I'm not doing it again." 20 minutes later, Tessa had changed into jeans and a sweater. We caravanned to her apartment, me and Tessa in my car, Mum and Lucas following in his truck. The parking lot was empty except for Sean's BMW. "He's here," Tessa whispered, going pale. "Stay in the car," I said. "No, it's my apartment, my stuff." Lucas appeared at my window. "I'll go first, make sure it's safe." We followed him up the stairs. The apartment door was wide open, and we could hear Sean inside, talking rapidly on the phone. "Doesn't matter what she says, it's her word against mine, and everyone knows she's unstable." He looked up as we entered. His face was flushed, his tie loose, his perfect composure completely gone. "Tessa, thank God. I was worried you'd done something stupid." He ended his call and moved toward her. "Baby, we can fix this. Whatever Sierra told you." "Don't." Tessa held up her hand. "Don't call me baby. Don't come near me. I'm just here for my things." "Your things?" "Tessa, this is our home, our life." "This was never my home. It was your prison." Sean's expression darkened. "You're being dramatic, just like your sister said you would be." "When did I say that?" I demanded. He pulled out his phone and played an audio recording. My voice filled the room. "Tessa's always been dramatic. She makes mountains out of molehills." I stared at him. "When did you record that?" "Last Christmas. You were talking to your mother about Tessa's anxiety." His smile was vicious. "I record everything, Sierra, every conversation, every family dinner. You'd be amazed what people say when they think no one's listening." "You're sick," Mum whispered. "I'm thorough." Sean pocketed his phone. "Tessa, if you walk out that door, everyone's going to hear how your own family really feels about you. How Sierra thinks you're weak and dramatic. How your mother wishes you were more like your successful sister." Tessa flinched, but she kept moving toward the bedroom. I don't care anymore. You will when you're alone and broke and everyone knows what a mess you really are. She won't be alone, I said. Right, you'll take care of her, just like you took care of your own marriage? Sean's laugh was ugly. How long before you get tired of playing saviour and abandon her too? I felt the words hit their target, but before I could respond, Tessa emerged from the bedroom with a suitcase. I'm done, she announced. Sean blocked the doorway. You're not leaving? Yes, I am. I won't let you ruin everything we've built. You built nothing. You stole everything. Tessa's voice was steady now. You stole my money, my friends, my confidence. But you can't steal my choice to leave. Sean grabbed her arm. You're not going anywhere. Lucas moved so fast I barely saw it. 1 second Sean was holding Tessa's arm, the next he was against the wall with Lucas's forearm across his throat. Let go of her, Lucas said quietly. Get off me. Let go of her. Sean released Tessa's arm. Lucas stepped back but stayed between Sean and the door. We're leaving now, I said. Don't follow us. This isn't over, Sean called after us. You think you've won something, but you've just destroyed your own family. No one's going to forgive you for this, Sierra. Not your mother, not your sister, not anyone. We made it to the parking lot before Tessa broke down. She collapsed against my car, sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. He's right, she gasped. I've ruined everything. The wedding, the family, all that money. You didn't ruin anything, I said firmly. You saved yourself. But what if... No what-ifs. You're free, Tessa. For the first time in months, you're free. Mum appeared beside us, tears streaming down her face. I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry I didn't see it. You saw what you wanted to see, Tessa said, but her voice wasn't angry, just tired. I know, and I'll spend the rest of my life making up for it. Lucas joined us, looking grim. We should go. Sean's making more calls, and I don't like the sound of it. As we drove away, I caught a glimpse of Sean in my rearview mirror. He was standing in the parking lot, phone pressed to his ear, watching us leave. Even from a distance, I could see the rage radiating from him. Where do we go now? Tessa asked. Willow's, I said. She's expecting us. Willow? But we haven't talked in... She never stopped caring about you, Tess. She was just waiting for you to come home. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You have no idea what you've started. This is just the beginning. I deleted it without showing the others. Sean could threaten me all he wanted. I'd already won the only battle that mattered. My sister was free. Willow's apartment felt like a sanctuary after the chaos of the church. She cleared out her guest room and stocked the fridge with Tessa's favourite foods. When we arrived, she just hugged my sister without saying a word. I'm sorry, Tessa whispered into Willow's shoulder. I'm so sorry for everything. You're here now. That's all that matters. The next few days blurred together. Sean's threats escalated. Voicemails, texts, emails filled with rage and promises of revenge. But something unexpected was happening in town. Instead of rallying around Sean, people were distancing themselves. Teresa called me on Tuesday morning. Sierra, I owe you an apology. I've been asking around about Sean and... Well, let's just say your email wasn't the first red flag people had noticed. What do you mean? Remember Janet from the flower shop? She said Sean screamed at her last month when the roses weren't the exact shade he wanted, made her cry in front of customers, and Mike at the catering company said Sean tried to stiff him on the deposit, claimed the contract was invalid. The dominoes were falling faster than I'd expected. By Wednesday, 3 of Sean's business clients had terminated their contracts. The local newspaper ran a story about financial irregularities at Freeman Consulting. Pastor Vince announced that the church would be reviewing its association with Sean, but the real blow came Thursday morning. Lucas called me, his voice tight with satisfaction. Emma's coming forward. Emma from Portland. She saw the news story online, reached out to me through mutual friends. She's driving down this weekend to file a police report. After all this time, she said seeing Tessa's photos gave her courage, said she couldn't let him do to another woman what he did to her. I found Tessa in Willow's kitchen, making coffee with shaking hands. She'd been having nightmares, waking up in cold sweats, but she was eating again. The hollow look was slowly leaving her eyes. "Emma's coming," I told her. Tessa set down her mug. "The girl from Portland? She wants to file charges. With both of your testimonies, the police will have to take this seriously. What if Uncle Richard makes it go away again? He can't make everything disappear, not when it's this public." Mum appeared in the doorway, looking older than I'd ever seen her. She'd been staying at Willow's too, sleeping on the couch, trying to make amends in small ways, cooking meals, doing laundry, just being present. "There's something I need to tell you both," she said quietly. We waited. "I got a call from Sean yesterday. He offered me money to convince Tessa to come back. Said he'd pay for family counselling, anger management, whatever it took." "What did you tell him?" Tessa asked. "I told him that my daughter's safety isn't for sale." Mum's voice cracked. "I should have said that months ago. I should have protected you instead of protecting appearances." "Mum, no, let me finish." "I failed you, Tessa. I chose what looked good over what was right. I let my own fears about being alone make me push you toward a man who was destroying you." Tessa reached for Mum's hand. "We all made mistakes." "Not all of us. Sierra didn't make mistakes. She fought for you when I wouldn't." The three of us sat in Willow's kitchen, drinking coffee and finally talking honestly. About Dad's death when we were kids, about how Mum had struggled to raise us alone, about how we'd all learned to avoid difficult conversations to keep the peace. "I don't want to avoid things anymore," Tessa said. "I want to press charges. I want to testify. I want to make sure he can't do this to anyone else." "It won't be easy," I warned. "Uncle Richard will try to discredit you. Sean will fight back." "Let him." "I'm not the same person who was afraid to speak up." Emma arrived Saturday morning, a small woman with kind eyes and visible scars on her hands. She and Tessa sat together on Willow's couch, comparing stories, finding strength in shared experience. "He told me I was crazy too," Emma said, "that no one would believe me because I had a history of depression." "He recorded me saying terrible things about my family when I was upset," Tessa replied. "Said he'd release them if I ever left. Did you know he's been doing this for years? There are at least 3 other women." By Sunday, they'd decided to coordinate their police reports. Lucas offered to testify about Sean's history. Even some of Sean's former business associates agreed to speak about his financial practices. The final blow came Monday morning. I was at my apartment, finally sleeping in my own bed, when Willow called. "Turn on the news." I fumbled for the remote. The local morning show was running a story about a federal investigation into money laundering schemes involving several Portland area businesses. Uncle Richard's photo flashed on screen. Holy shit! It gets better. Sean's been arrested. I sat down hard on my couch. For what? Wire fraud, money laundering, and assault charges from Emma's complaint. Apparently the feds have been watching Uncle Richard for months. Your email just gave them the final pieces they needed. That afternoon, I drove to Willow's to find Tessa sitting on the front porch, reading a book in the sunshine. She looked up when I approached, and for the first time in months, her smile reached her eyes. "How are you feeling, Fern?" I asked. "Scared, relieved, angry, free." She closed the book. "Mostly free." "Any regrets?" "About leaving Sean? Never. About the timing, the way it happened? Maybe. But not about the choice itself." We sat together in comfortable silence. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. For a second my heart rate spiked, thinking it might be Sean, but it wasn't. It was a photo of Tessa, taken just now on the porch. She was smiling, her face turned toward the sun, No makeup covering bruises, no long sleeves hiding marks. She looked like herself again. The caption read, "Free now." I looked up to see Willow in the window, grinning and holding her phone. "She sent this to me too," Tessa said, showing me her screen. "Said she wanted to document the moment I came back to life. Is that what this feels like?" "Yeah." Tessa stretched her arms above her head, wincing slightly. Her ribs were still healing. "It feels like waking up from a nightmare and realizing the sun's still shining." My phone rang. "Mom, girls, turn on channel 7 now." We crowded around Willow's TV to see a breaking news report. Sean's mugshot filled the screen while a reporter detailed the charges against him. The anchor mentioned that he was being held without bail due to flight risk. "It's really over," Tessa whispered. "The legal stuff is just beginning," I reminded her. "I know, but the fear is over. The walking on eggshells, the wondering when the next explosion would come, the feeling like I was disappearing a little more each day." She looked at me. "That's over. Good. Sierra?" "Yeah." "Thank you for not giving up on me, even when I gave up on myself." I hugged my sister, feeling her solid and real and alive in my arms. That's what sisters do. "Even sisters who think I'm dramatic," I laughed. "Especially sisters who think you're dramatic. Someone has to keep you grounded." Outside, a car pulled up. Emma got out, followed by a woman I didn't recognise. Another survivor, maybe, or a victim's advocate. They were building something here, a network of people who refused to stay silent. "Ready?" Tessa asked, standing up. "For what?" "To tell the truth, all of it, as many times as it takes." I watched my sister walk toward the car, her spine straight, her voice steady. She wasn't the broken woman in the wedding dress anymore. She was someone new, someone who'd survived and chosen to fight back. The truth had set her free, and sometimes that's the only revenge that matters.